everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. Dragon the Southern Tier, I'm here with you on August 7th. It is Sunday, 2:30 p.m., and this is our live stream with you to reach out across the world to hear your voices, to hear what you think about the issues that matter to all of us. And I am looking forward to this because I am looking forward to spending time with you. I look forward to all of your voices and everything that you have to say. We're going to be talking about a lot of very interesting things today. And I know that today's already we have the first comment from John. Hello, John. It's good to see you. John will not be in the studio today, but he is contacting us, I think, on the YouTube channel. And I want to welcome him as well as everyone else. Now, it's going to be an interesting day today because we're going to be talking about the impact of the Pelosi visit to Taiwan. We're going to be looking at inflation in the United States and around the world, and we're going to be looking at the recession and how that's going to be affecting you. In addition, we're going to be looking at some of the stories that are happening around the world that are affecting all of our lives. Of course, at every point in time, you can always call into the program at 607-242-1582. You'll see that number scrolling above me throughout the entire show. You can always call in, whether you agree or disagree or whatever thought you have. You can text, as you can see. John is reaching out to us, and you can reach us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, leaving your comments from anywhere in the world, because we believe the First Amendment is not just an American right. It is a right of everyone in the world, no matter what your country may think, no matter what the internet overlords think. We believe in your voice and you. So I'm going to start off probably with something a little interesting for some people. We've been talking about the international policy, the lack of an international policy in the Biden-Harris administration, and how it's been affecting the United States. I'm going to get to Pelosi in just a little bit. But we've been talking about nothing less than the Iran nuclear deal. Now, this is something that we are absolutely against in this program. We've been talking about it and how in reenacting this, we will be creating more global terror around the world. We know we did that under the Obama administration, according to John Kerry in 2016. The United States was directly funding terror, and we're going to be seeing the same thing. Now, the Biden administration has been desperate to get this deal done, and they are continuing to push for this deal. Europe already thinks this deal is dead. France, our biggest voice in this discussion, they don't want to continue. But the United States is continuing to push forward, and Iran is taking advantage of that. They know, like every other leader in the world, Joe Biden is so desperate to be able to have a victory, to be able to have some kind of win walking into the 2022 midterm elections, that he is giving away everything. He has been giving Iran sanction after sanction after sanction and just removing them and allowing Iran to have a better footing in the world. This is the same country that wants to destroy America, that wants to kill Israel. They have said that for 40 years. They have never changed their opinion. And yet, he is still trying to put together a deal that no one else in the world thinks is going to happen, nor do they think it should happen, especially those in Israel who know about it the most. So this is very interesting to me that we continue to see this movement forward. Now, it's not something that's talked a lot about in the mainstream media because it's been a failure. Iran isn't talking directly to the United States or Joe Biden, just like Saudi Arabia isn't, just like the United Arab Emirates is not. No one in the world is talking to Joe Biden. Joe Biden is desperate for somebody to talk to him, and no one wants to have a conversation with him, which is yet another example of a failed international policy and failed leadership from the Biden-Harris administration. This is important because if this continues to move forward, this means you will be less safe in the world. And it doesn't matter whether you're an American or you're French, German, you're from the United Kingdom, Canada, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Global terror will increase if Joe Biden is able to have any measure of success. Not just because Iran will continue to make ICBMs that will be able to drop bombs anywhere in the world. No. because they're going to fund global terror. And the instability in the world, the lack of peace in the world will increase as a direct result of this. And the media doesn't want to talk about it. Just like they don't want to talk about the thousands of Americans who remain in Afghanistan to this day. British citizens remain in Afghanistan to this day. I believe there are even Australians who are still in Afghanistan to this day because they were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. And this is such a big fiasco, they will not mention that country. They barely mention the Middle East at all in most world media, especially the United States, because it is such an embarrassment. That is just a fact. Whether you like it or not, whether you love Joe Biden or not, the fact is America failed our own citizens and continues to fail our citizens, and the news media won't even mention it. That's terrifying. Imagine if it was you. Mind you, our news media is more than happy to talk about, what's her name, Griner, Brittany Griner. In fact, we see that the White House has come out with a statement on August 4th, 3 days ago. And what they said was, Joe Biden came out and said, well, Brittany Griner, she's being unfairly detained. This is terrible. This is Russia making up things. No, that's not what happened. Brittany Griner, as she admitted in court, said that she broke the law of another nation. She was transporting drugs, whether it's a lot or little, doesn't matter. She went into another nation knowing their drug policies and brought in drugs and got caught. And she thought that she had the privilege of being an American citizen, which means that she has the rights of Americans everywhere in the world. I wish that were true. I wish other nations had the same rights and freedoms that America has. That isn't the reality. She walked into a post-socialist nation, Russia, because she wanted to make money, because she was selfish. And she selfishly thought that she had the privilege to do whatever she wanted because she was black and a progressive and she hated America. And what happened? She got arrested. She got convicted, and she's going to spend 9 years, and she should. Now, you may tell me, Mike, that it's a bit harsh. Of course it is. And would that happen in any other country? Maybe not. But then again, that's not our decision. That's another country, and she knew the risk she was walking into. In fact, when we said as the United States that Americans probably shouldn't be doing business in Russia, going to and living in Russia, because the risk was going to be high that they were going to be used as a political tool, Ms. Griner said, I'm going to get paid, and went there anyway. So do I feel bad for her? Not at all. Hello, Klaus. It's good to see you as well. And so I think this is really interesting. Hello, Mike Bowie has joined us as well. Yeah, he mentions that we're funding billions into the Ukraine, and Russia is supposed to go easy on her. Well, no, of course they wouldn't. She was a bargaining chip. She was a tool to be used against the United States. And the Biden-Harris administration, who are terrified of any negative PR or any additional negative PR, they're going all out to try and make this look good. And the fact is, they can't. Not only did Joe Biden decide to cave to the progressive movement to try and help Griner and say that Russia did something wrong by enforcing the laws of their own nation, he is also going out and looking weak because there's nothing he can do. He's not going to get her out of that nation. That's a fact. I mean, what's being proposed? We're going to have an international terrorist traded for Griner? Well, doesn't that mean that we're trading with nations, our American citizens? What about the 200 American citizens in China right now that are unlawfully detained, not because they broke a law, but because China doesn't care what Joe Biden thinks? What about the thousands of Americans in Afghanistan right now and have been there for almost a year that he does nothing about? What about the thousands of Americans in Ukraine at this moment, including children that he already promised Lester Holt he is never going to go and get? These are problems. And so this just shows how weak and how easily manipulated the Biden-Harris administration are, because they have no policy, they have no strength, and they have no respect. Yeah, they don't put out mean tweets, but then again, no one cares even if they did, because no one's listening to them. They have no power. So Griner's going to be over there a long time, where we're going to make a bad deal to make Joe Biden look good to get her back, which quite honestly, she's not worth it. I don't believe she's worth it. Now, you may be watching this and say, well, I think she's a phenomenal basketball player, which I don't think is a matter. That doesn't matter. Who cares how much of an entertainer she is? She's not worth the international turmoil that bringing her back home would bring when she is guilty. If she were innocent and this was made up, that would be a different argument. It's not. She's admitted the fact she broke the law willfully. She knew she was breaking the law. Why are we wasting our diplomatic efforts and our international capital, political capital, on a criminal? She broke the law. She knew she was going to break the law. She got caught. Okay, do the crime. You know, can't do the time, don't do the crime. She did it. She's got to spend the time. That's it. She's not worth it. But we will see if that is what's going to happen. Yes, I do believe that the Biden-Harris administration are incompetent. This is yet another example of that. If we had more respect, if we had more fear coming from Russia against the United States, whether or not we were involved in Ukraine, we wouldn't have Griner. One, she wouldn't get 9 years, and we'd have more bargaining chips to deal with her. But that's not the case. Maybe you disagree. And I'm happy to hear if anyone disagrees with me. If you think that she is important to America and America's politics internationally, please tell me why I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear that voice. If you think that she makes a difference to the policies of the United States in Afghanistan, in China, in Iran, I'm happy to hear about that. She's not. She just looks like she plays a game, and some people like that. Big deal. I mean, quite honestly, it's not a big deal. And it has nothing to do with the color of her skin. It has to do with her decisions as an individual that are stupid, that have caused a problem for the United States, a nation she doesn't even like. I mean, she loves us now because she's in trouble. But when she was just raking in money, she didn't care. So again, not much of an impetus to go out and risk the positions of the United States for her. Dal, hello Dal, glad to see you're here with us as well. Dal says, almost thought the Taiwan visit was set up so the administration would have other options for succession after Biden-Harris. Klaus mentions that the athletes that go to different countries are warned constantly what not to bring. Yes, they were fully aware in the Griner case exactly what she was doing and exactly what the consequences were. But she had the thought of entitlement, that she was entitled to do whatever she wanted. She had her personal truth that it was okay to bring drugs into Russia. Well, here's a lesson for you. Your personal truth isn't the truth. Your entitlements do not exceed the United States borders. You just don't. So that's not going to happen. And quite honestly, it shouldn't happen. We just have to let her sit there. She did it. She knew it. She knew it. She did it. She has to do the time. That's it. That's my opinion. Yep. And Dal, as for Pelosi, we're going to get to that in just a little bit in the conversation today. But I do want to cover some of these other things. So I want people to also understand, we're not going to get any help on dealing with Griner or Ukraine or actually any international policy from the European Union or any of our allies. I know we've been voting to get Sweden into Switzerland into the NATO, but none of them are going to help us. And it's only going to get worse. I know a lot of Americans haven't been following this. Our international audience has been following this, that in Britain, in the United Kingdom right now, we have Boris Johnson is stepping down. Now, he was a big ally and very much a ally to our former President Trump. But now we're going to be getting a choice of two individuals, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. And I know most people are going to say, I have no idea who any of them are. Okay. In America, no one knows. These are the two people who are running for the prime minister position to work with the United States to help us in Europe and around the world. So it's important that we have someone who has strength, someone who has some kind of respect, someone who is consistent. This is important, especially at a time where the United States is weak. If we have someone weak in the United Kingdom and the United States is weak, well, that is a massive deficit in the world and instability will grow. The thing is, both of these individuals, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, they're basically, I'm trying to think of who most Americans would recognize. They're basically Mitt Romney and Mitt Romney. They're rhinos. They are not people that you would really want to be in charge of these kind of situations because they're miserable. Not only are they inconsistent, they're not strong. As an example, when Liz Truss was asked a question, she said she wanted to cut, on Monday, her campaign said that they want to cut the pay of civil service workers. In the United States, if you tried to cut the pay of anyone working for the government, you just couldn't. There's too many unions, too much power in that union. You couldn't do it. But she suggested that that would be a way for them to save about $10 billion a year. And she was called out on it. She said, she was in an interview, a debate on just 2 days ago. You wanted to cut civil servants' pay in the region, and then you didn't. Which one is it? Her answer is, well, it's because of the media. The media is the problem. And that's the thing. She isn't strong enough to say, I made a decision and maybe people didn't like it, but I thought it was a good idea. No, she's saying it's the problem because the media, they're making it look bad. Well, if it's your policy, it's your policy. Either it's a good policy or a bad policy. You think it's going to do something good or not. But she's playing a wishy-washy game like what we see with Mitt Romney, where she's just folding and is trying to blame it on anyone else rather than just having accountability. But Rishi Sunak is no better. This is a rich kid, a son of a billionaire who, much like Joe Biden, is telling you, no, I'm just an average guy. I'm just a regular middle-class kid, and I'm in politics. I'm not special. I'm like everyone else. That's his message to the British people, except he's the son of a billionaire. That's not middle class. It's kind of like listening to Joe Biden tell you that he grew up in a coal mining town and he's just an average middle class guy. He's a multi-millionaire. He has never been part of the middle class. For 50 years, he's been in government, making 5-6 times what the average person in America makes. He's not connected to the normal average person. His son is going around the world selling, making business contracts on Joe Biden's name alone with millions of dollars all across the world. But Joe Biden's supposed to be an average guy? Come on, let's be honest with each other. That's not a reality. And we have a choice in England, in the United Kingdom, of either having someone who's wishy-washy, like Mitt Romney, who can't make a decision, or we have a choice of a billionaire son who wants to convince us that he's just an average guy. This isn't real. These aren't consistent or strong individuals, and that does not bode well with international politics for the United States in Europe, nor does it help us in dealing with either Russia or China because they have no respect. They're not strong individuals, which means that global stability will deteriorate and we are going to see more problems and you're going to see more illegal immigrants trying to get into the United Kingdom and therefore also the United States. And you're going to see Russia be more aggressive, you're going to see China be more aggressive because they have that fewer number of people that will actually stand up to them. This is a problem, folks. So you may not be thinking about what's going on in the United Kingdom. I do. And I do look at the international politics and how it will affect the rest of the world. And you got to understand that this is at the same time that we are watching nations, supposedly very democratic nations around the world, that are getting more and more authoritarian. You may think, well, Mike, no, the world's pretty free. I can go almost anywhere and say whatever I want, do whatever I want. Outside nations like Russia, China, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba. Yeah, those are socialist nations. I can't do things there, but everywhere else is free. Yeah, you think so? Look at this. Remember back when Jordan Peterson, excuse me, Jordan Peterson first came out and told us about Canada and said, well, there's a movement, a progressive movement around the Western world, these democratic nations, that's saying that you can't speak. And people laughed. They saw that and they said, well, no, it's not a big deal. It will never happen in another nation. Well, look at the intersectional politics today. Look at your TV, look at your movies that you're seeing today, where you're being told you have to call people by their pronoun. We changed our military. Navy's putting out ads saying, this is how you say they, them, someone's pronouns. Come on, I don't care. Fire the gun or don't fire the gun. And it's, I don't need to know your pronouns. I need to know your rank, period. That's called the military. This isn't some kind of social club we're talking about. But that comes out of what happened with Jordan Peterson in Canada with the C-16 in 2016, 2017. Well, we're seeing a warning sign coming out of Australia that's just as important, I think. In Australia, there was a guy who flew into Australia and he had McDonald's McMuffins. He had breakfast sandwiches. Sausage McMuffin, egg McMuffin. That's what he had. He had 2 of them. So think about this. You go from one country, you're flying into Australia, a supposedly democratic nation, a nation that has a constitution, a nation that is not socialist overwhelmingly. And he flies in, he has in his luggage 2, and I want to say it again, 2 undeclared egg and sausage McMuffins and a ham croissant. And he got fined $2,000. He is being punished massively. We're talking about $2,000 American, even more in Australian dollars. He's being punished because he brought in a McDonald's breakfast sandwich. Does that sound like a free nation to you? And if our friends and allies like Australia are punishing people for doing something as simple as having a McDonald's sandwich, what do you think they're going to do about everything else? If they're becoming so dictatorial and autocratic that people can't cross lines, their borders, with a McDonald's sandwich, well, what else are they going to do? And if they think that's what freedom is, they're getting their impression of freedom from the United States. So the message that's coming out of the United States is you should push your people to be able to take away their rights and their freedoms to the point that they cannot have a McDonald's breakfast sandwich in their luggage. Think about that. Because they are copying the freedom, not even as well as the United States has it, but they are copying it from the United States. They're looking at us as a democratic free nation, the beacon on the hill, and they're saying, well, Americans would restrict other people's freedom. You can restrict people's freedom. The government has a choice to micromanage your life, and they don't have as much freedom as we have to start with. And they're saying, well, no, America will let this happen, so we can let this happen. This is the way that these dominoes fall. It's absolutely dangerous. Let me go to some of the comments. So Klaus has mentioned that he thinks Democrats think laws pertain to them. I think Democrats don't think the law pertains to them. I think Democrats believe that their truth, their relative truth, is more important than anything else. I've said it on this program before. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez set it up for us. She laid it out for us as obvious as it could possibly be when she showed up on 60 Minutes in 2018. And she said, it's not about being empirically, semantically, mathematically. The truth doesn't matter. Her feelings matter. Her relative truth is what matters. And this is what we are seeing being taught in our colleges, in our high schools, to our students, in our culture, being in our movies and in our songs and entertainers. They are pushing this idea that the relative truth, that whatever you feel is more important than whatever law may exist. And that's why we have Brittany Griner going into Russia with drugs thinking it's okay because her truth says that that's fine. It isn't. And that's why we see governments that are reacting and saying, well, we can micromanage your life because you're not going to put up a fight. I think that's important. Dow says, could always use the name or rank, stick with the name or rank, military courtesy. Yeah, this is absolutely, in terms of the Navy, trying to put in pronouns, and we're seeing that in the Air Force, and we have General Mark Milley saying that he wants to be worried about critical race theory in the military. The fact is, we already have things very basic in the military. I've been in the military, in the Marines. My family has served in Vietnam, has been overseas, and we've had members in my family in the Army, the Marine Corps. So it's very simple. It's real simple. Your pronoun is your rank, period. Whatever else you may feel doesn't matter, because that's not what the military's for. It's not a touchy-feely, feel-good kumbaya sitting around a campfire with a bunch of s'mores. That's not what the military is, and that's not what it's there for. It's not about your two moms. Don't care. It's about attacking and defending Americans and American ideology around the world, whether you like that or not, to defend that with the blood and lives and sweat of individuals, period. I don't know. It's crazy. Hi, Jan. I know you made it. It's never a problem to be late. And so I'm just happy that you're here with us as we're talking about these things. So I think this is important stuff to look at how the Biden administration is reflecting on the rest of the world. And the fact that we are becoming more and more authoritarian in the United States is pushing other nations to be even more authoritarian. Because if you can get away with it in America, you can definitely get away with it in Australia, in England, France, Germany, Canada. It's just, the dominoes just keep falling. Now, Klaus mentions that the only thing that General Mark Milley, who we believe on this channel is a traitor, worried about is his pension, and that's why he's going along with the Democrats, that he's just trying to protect his own personal interests. I don't know. He's a very warped individual. I don't have a lot of faith in someone who goes to our enemy behind our government's back to aid and abet the government. He talked to China and gave them guarantees about our military, which put our military in danger. That is a fact. You know what? I would be happy to see General Milley in prison in Leavenworth for treason. I would be very happy with that because I think that's what he deserves. And by the way, all this wonderful help and the relationship that he says he has with China, look at what's happening in Taiwan right now. And we're going to be talking about that. But his relationship with the Chinese government didn't stop them from sending 11 missiles from China over Taiwan and almost hitting Japan, our other ally in the Southeast Asia region. Japan is being negatively impacted. And General Milley and his wonderful relationship that he decided to create with China isn't making anyone safe. So not only is he a traitor, he's ineffective. I think we got to get rid of him. And that's not to say that we don't have a lot of domestic problems going on in America right now. Did anyone see the report that the impact of the lockdowns, of locking our kids out of schools and remote learning, that we are seeing that there has been an increase of 70% that children are having mental health issues, 70% increase in 2022 versus what we saw in 2021. This is according to the National Center for Education Statistics. We've seen that they are the stress of school closures destroyed 7 times more years of life amongst children in America than the lockdowns themselves. That the American Enterprise Institute found that 1.3 million students have left school, and that the closures will cost students $21 trillion in their lifetime. The next generation of American children are starting off with a $21 trillion loss because of the lockdowns that happen. We are screwing up our kids and our nation and the world because we don't have leadership. Leadership strong enough to say that maybe we shouldn't be doing all these progressive ideas and wish lists and having these social experiments on our people because they aren't working out. There hasn't been a single social experiment that is working in our advantage, especially when we start looking at critical race theory and its applications, intersectionality, gender identity, politics. These are all things that are hurting us. Jan mentions that, but Mike, everything the left does is for the future. Yeah, they are doing things for our future. They're destroying the future. They're destroying the foundations of freedom in the future for future generations. These kids are being taught to be less free. They're being taught that you don't have a right to defend yourself, that the government has a right to micromanage your life. They are being taught that they should own nothing and be happy about it. This is what they are being taught around the world, coming from the United States and being pushed out through our entertainment, through our news media, and through our politics. That's a terrifying thought. And it's not like these people are good people that have they have good intentions and just bad outcomes, like they just haven't figured out how to do this properly. These aren't good people. Look at Sean King, BLM. BLM, we already know BLM and Patricia Colors, they got $66 million donated from good people across this country who say, we want race relations to be better. What did BLM do? Did they help any of the small communities around this nation? Did they help poor people? Did they feed someone? Did they start businesses? No, they bought 6 mansions for their leadership. They gave them $800 million contracts, $800,000 contracts for security for the brother of the owner, Patrice Colors, and then they retired. Now we see that Sean King, he took $40,000 from the donations given to him by people across the country that believe race relations are in trouble, to BLM. And Sean King took that money and bought himself a $40,000 dog. Now, I love my dog just like anyone else does. I love my dog. And I think my dog is part of my family. And he's priceless to me. I understand that, and I will not question that. And I understand many people will own dogs. Show dogs are more expensive than other dogs, and they will spend a lot of money. Fantastic. That's your money. You can spend your money any way that you want to. Sean King took your money and spent it for his selfish benefit, telling you that he was going to use the money for your help, to help you. That's how deceptive this is. That's how evil this is. I want this white guy, and Sean King is white. He's not black. He likes to look black. He wants you to believe he's black. He's transracial, which means he's white, but he thinks and he feels like he's black. So he should be treated as being black. But he isn't. He's genetically, by birth, by family, he's white. So Sean King, the fake black man, kind of like Beto O'Rourke is a fake Hispanic, Sean King took your money, promised that he was going to help black people, and instead decided to help himself. And he wasn't even smart enough, he wasn't even good enough to keep the dog. He gave the dog back. He spent $40,000 and then gave back the dog because he's not even a responsible dog owner. He got a dog because it was very expensive and a really nice dog, and he couldn't control the dog. He didn't have the time, the patience, the temperament, the ability to raise his dog, and he gave it back. But he still spent your money that was supposed to go to protecting and improving in communities around this nation for minorities. He took your money to benefit himself. That's pretty deceptive. I think that's slimy. I think that's an evil thing to do. Whether or not I agree with BLM, and I don't, doesn't matter. The fact that he's using you and your emotions and your desire to have a better, greater America, well, he's taking that and using it for his selfish benefit, much like BLM has consistently done in taking your money and enriching themselves in the leadership. They're getting rich. They're living in mansions. You got nothing. And I think that's evil. And that's all in the name of progressivism. We have to be progressive. We have to be diverse. We have to have critical race theory in our schools. This is supposed to be for your benefit. This is going to help you. Meanwhile, all I see is a bunch of people who self-avow as socialists, as communists, and they're getting rich. Do you ever notice that these famous communists, they're all rich? Bernie Sanders is a multimillionaire. He has 3 homes. Patrice Cullors, self-avowed communist. She owns 6 homes. She has mansions across this nation and in Canada. Sean King is living the life. He's living so well and so high off the hog that he can get a $40,000 dog. Think about that. For everyone who's donated, everyone who knows someone who donated to BLM, saying, I want America to be less racist. How did Sean King getting a dog for himself help reduce the racism in America? If you think that America is a racist nation, I don't. I think that's a stupid idea. I think it's an incorrect conclusion. But even if you want to tell me, but Mike, that's the truth, you want to tell me that that's a reality, okay, and how is Sean King taking your money to go and buy himself a dog for his family? How is that helping racism in America, if you think that's real? How is that making income inequality to increase your pay? How is that helping? How is this pushing forward any of the progressive ideas? And why is it that we consistently see each and every one of these members of the progressive movement, they're enriching their own lives? Ibrahim Kendi, he's making millions off of his books that are teaching kids in our schools that white people are evil, black people are victims, and you need the government to take care of everyone because you can't fix this. It will never end. He's saying white people are evil, black people are victims, and only the government can ever make any of this work out. And he's making millions off of that. But you're not any better off. Your life isn't being improved. In fact, I think the argument can be made that this increase in safe spaces, in segregation, we're turning the clock backwards to the 1930s, something that these Democrats say, well, the Republicans are going to turn the clock backwards. The only one who's offering up policies that go backwards in time, BLM, the progressive movement. They're the ones who are saying that we need segregation in our schools and in our lives. That's a progressive ideology. There is not a single Republican in America that is saying, hey, I want to make it like the 1950s and have segregation. That's the thing that you're hearing from Sean King and Patrice Cullors and BLM, from Antifa, and from people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, the Democratic Socialists of America. They think that's a great idea. We got rid of that idea in the 1960s. It was called the Civil Rights Movement. Remember the speech from Dr. Martin Luther King, I have a dream? He didn't have a dream of little black kids in one block, little white kids in another block, and that they don't talk or intermix or ever are around each other. If you believe Ibram Kendi and the progressive movement, you believe in segregation of everything. Something that we as a nation learned that lesson over 50 years ago and decided that's not the way to go forward. That's racist. But I'm the bad guy for telling you the reality of what these guys are doing. And yet you're supposed to give them more money. You're supposed to give them more power and more trust. Why? Why would we ever do that? And other countries around the world are looking at that and going, well, America thinks that this is a good idea. Maybe we should try it too, because we keep telling France, Germany, the United Kingdom, we're telling all of Africa, the Middle East, we keep trying to convince them to do what we're doing, which is have a social experiment with our people where the government has control over all of your life. And the government is making stupid ideas and stupid decisions like segregation. I don't think that's a good thing to do. Now, I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, I'd love to hear what you think. Tell me why I'm wrong, and tell me why you think that people like Shaun King, tell me why you think people like Shaun King, when they go out and they're using your money to buy things for themselves, to selfishly use your hard-earned money, tell me how that's helping people. Tell me how that's reducing racism in America. I'd love to hear that argument because it doesn't exist. Instead, we're just supposed to not talk about it. We're not supposed to think about it. And we're supposed to forget that it ever happened. We're supposed to just move on. Just move on. Don't talk about it. Let's go on. Klaus is asking, did Shaun King work for ESPN? I don't recall if he did. I didn't follow his work history that closely, and I don't respect him enough to really care. But ESPN has its own problems with its inclusion of racial politics in sports. A big problem, a really, really big problem with it. So that's another thing altogether. But all of this is adding up, and I'm getting to the Pelosi Taiwan. We're going to talk about China, and that's going to be the bulk of the show today, but I want to make sure we get to this because all of this is coming together, and it's making people miserable. Now, progressives are always miserable. They always have a problem. The progressive movement always has a problem anytime they don't have complete control over everything. Every time you do something, doesn't matter how little it is, if you go woke, they will make you go broke because they want control of every aspect of your life. Progressives are always miserable. They're always complaining. They always want more power, more money, more of your stuff. They want free stuff and you have to pay for it. Student loans. You should pay for my student loans. You should treat black people better than anyone else. You should be racist about your policies. This is what the progressive movement is constantly speaking about. But this is not, and this is making America miserable. But that's not the only reason why America is miserable right now. Because, as we can see, the misery index is increasing. And it's going to punish Democrats who are pushing the misery onto you. Now, the misery index is not a political item. It is based on economics. It's the fact that we have inflation at 9.1%, and I guarantee you it's higher than that. We're talking about closer to 15%. When you have to pay 20, 30, 40% more to get eggs and milk and meat, when you have shortages in baby food, when 15% of our shelves are empty, you know what? the economy's worse than you think it is. And the misery index shows us that between taxes and looking at the economy overall, that everything's down. Looking at how many jobs are being created, how many people are not working. That's the big thing, not working. That's so bad, and people are losing money so fast and so hard that they're just not going to elect Democrats. And according to the misery index and Bloomberg reporting, well, they're looking at losing 30 seats. They're going to lose the House and they're going to lose the Senate. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a very good thing, especially since I don't expect Joe Biden, and thank God, he won't be in office in 2023. The bad news, Kamala Harris will be. Joe Biden is, we all, I believe everyone, I think even Democrats cannot deny that Joe Biden is mentally deficient at this time. His mind is breaking down. It's pretty sad when he doesn't know where to sit, that he has to have a cue card saying, you sit in your seat. You talk to the guy on your right. You ask a question of that guy sitting in that chair, and here's the question you're going to ask, that he's going to ask you, and here's your answer written out. I'm sorry. He's just not worthy of being in the White House. He won't be there in January. They're going to use the 25th Amendment after the 2022 midterm elections, when it will no longer politically hurt Democrats. After the damage is done, they're going to use the 25th Amendment. He's going to step down, and he's going to be gone. It's kind of why they kept saying he got COVID, and then he got COVID again, and he may have another illness. And he's saying Joe Biden himself is saying that he had cancer. Well, that's all happening because Joe Biden is setting the framework so that he can step away, saying he has health issues, and for the betterment of America, he's going to resign, and he's going to let Kamala Harris take over because that's the best thing for America. Not because his policies have completely failed, not because he has made the world less safe, not because he is harming the U.S. economy and our children for decades to come. No, it's none of that. It's going to be because he's doing the good thing. He's doing the right thing. And Kamala, she's prepared. She's ready to stand up and do her job. By the way, what is Kamala Harris doing? I'd love to ask everyone. Can anyone tell me what Kamala Harris has been doing? And I do want to get to some of the comments here. Klaus mentions that it's obvious Biden gets his marching orders every morning. Well, we see that. He carries a sheet every time he comes out to speak. He has prepared remarks and he has lists. We have seen how many times that the newspapers have taken pictures of all the news media. They've taken pictures of cue cards and the folders that he has in front of him that have a list of who he's going to call, in what order, that he has notes on everything that they're going to ask a question about because the questions were pre-approved. We know this. It is a fact. It has been reported on that you can't ask him a question without being pre-approved unless Joe Biden makes a mistake and decides to call on someone on his own, and then he winds up stumbling, bumbling, and not able to answer. That's usually why we see someone like Jill Biden come and take him away. That's why we see people like the Easter Bunny go up and distract him and tell him to walk away rather than continue to talk to the news media. It's why he turns and tries to shake the hand of nobody in the middle of conversations that he's making and answering, speaking in front of the press. And he's just trying to shake the heir's hand. It's terrifying, folks. This is terrifying. He's going to, after the election, about 2 weeks after the midterm elections, maybe 1 week after the 2022 midterm elections, Joe Biden is just going to have the 25th Amendment used against him. He's going to be removed from office, and Kamala Harris is going to step in. And that's worse. That's even worse. Because as bad as Joe Biden is, Kamala has even worse people behind her. She is even less confident. And everywhere that Kamala Harris has shown up in the world, she has made the situation worse, not better. And if you think I'm wrong, please point out to me any situation in which Kamala Harris has got it right, where she went to a nation and did not embarrass America. Show us a situation where she went there and things improved. Southern border is worse. Our relations with South Korea are worse. When she showed up in Ukraine, right after she left, there started to be a war. She has never made anything better. But I'm happy to hear if someone thinks I'm wrong. Let me go back to the comments here. So Dow mentions this push. Hard not to think that there is an ultimate goal of certain parties pushing policies to create the ultimate kinetic event to allow for a hard reset to establish pure authoritarianism. Well, we are seeing that there is a push from progressives, not even Democrats, progressives that are out there. They have told us they do not want the Constitution. They want to rewrite the Constitution. They want to rewrite the amendments. They want to put in their belief of what is a human right. They want to redefine your life and your abilities. They've said that up front. It's never been a secret. They are socialists. They are communists. They have admitted that. This isn't new. So yeah, there is a push to reset everything. And the way that they accomplish these goals is not because you're going to be free. It's because the government's going to tell you what to do. Because when they're in charge of the government is smarter than you. And that's a terrifying thought. Klaus mentions that Biden also said that if you get vaccinated, well, I don't want to talk about the pandemic too much, but yes, his promises about what's going to happen if he got in office and how he was going to run the country have all failed. Again, his social experiment has failed. The news media doesn't want you to think about it. You're not supposed to think about this. You're just supposed to say, well, things are good. Like Joe Biden says, the economy is good. Look, 3.5% unemployment. Did you see that number? Did everyone see that? That this is the only thing the news media is talking about. That the economy is at 3.5% unemployment. It must be good. Everything is better than you think it is because unemployment is only 3.5%. The economy is doing better than we've ever thought it would be doing. It's doing as well as Trump. In fact, it's doing better than Trump because we have created more jobs than Trump did, which is a lie. Let me say it again. That is a lie. We have less people working today than in 2019. We have more people who are not being counted as unemployed. We have 100 million people, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 100 million people are not counted as unemployed, but they're not working. And we have fewer people who are participating. It's called the labor force. We have more people who could work and less people who are working than even 3 months ago. Yeah, the number is different because we have less people that we're counting. So it looks like the unemployment rate went down. In fact, it's higher. We have more people who aren't working. It's just how they're counting. It's government math. It's Common Core math. It doesn't make sense, but that's what they're going to do because it gives them the number that they want so that when they go out in November and they're saying, vote for me, they're going to tell you the unemployment rate's 3.5, maybe 3.4%. See, things are better than you think they are. Don't think about when you went to the store and you had to pay 40% more to buy eggs, to buy meat, to buy milk. Don't think about the fact that you're paying 60, 70, 80% more to fill your gas tank. Don't think about that. That's not important. The unemployment rate's 3.5%, maybe 3.4% by the time the election comes. See, we're doing great. You just don't understand. Do you ever feel insulted, folks? Do you guys ever feel insulted that when they tell you, no, everything's great? You just don't understand. You're just not smart enough to get it. Don't you feel upset? I get so insulted when I'm going to the store and I'm listening to these guys, when I'm listening to the press secretary. I'm listening to Joe Biden. I'm listening to Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. And they're telling me things are doing so well. We couldn't imagine how great everything is. Meanwhile, I'm looking at, I can't afford what I could afford 3 months ago. Oh, we got a call. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Not
It's
too
been
bad.
a little while. Where you been? Vacation?
Not really. No, hardly. Been busting my butt. Weather doesn't. Well, anyway.
I was hoping for the positive, the fun part, but you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, been trying to get as much work that I do, done in the morning before it starts to cook up a little bit here, So, but anyway, I was going to talk about, you're talking about the unemployment numbers and the perception, that Democrats are giving, saying, hey, look, you know what? How can we possibly be in a recession? When everything is, the unemployment rate, is still just as low as it was, and then now we got all these new jobs created. And that's the thing, is that's one of the frustrating things about, every time I call and we talk, is that because we have discussions that basically people will just tune out and they don't care because they don't like the numbers or they just don't care about economics. But it's the most vitally important thing, because if you don't understand exactly what is good and what is bad when it comes to these numbers, or if you don't have the capability of actually digging deeper into them, then then the Democrats will say, hey, this is the greatest thing ever. The economy is going to be booming. I said, right into next year, things are going to be great, and then not to mention they're going to say, well, look at, hey, look at over there, the gas prices, they're falling down too, and so it's just the problem is that the communication, I think too, is that the Republicans, and to some degree, I've been trying to see if anybody's really, trying to educate, these numbers, and nobody is, because, of what you said, because nobody understands it, nobody can get it, so, Republicans are, I think, to put in a spot where they have to, campaign on the issues that are most easiest to digest. But the unfortunate thing is that these economic numbers, are, they're pivotal to where our economy is going. And, here, you have the Democrats now forcing out another bill that is just, anti-inflationary type of thing that they're calling it. I mean, just joke. I mean, they're pumping more money into the economy that it's already, overswollen,
Well,
and which will just.
I think you're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, which is an amendment to the Build Back Better bill. I think you're speaking about that, which I'm about to get into, and it's useless. They're actually spending more money to be able, and inflation is in part that they spent too much money. They've been printing too much money, so their answer is we're going to print even more money, which is even more inflation. But somehow that's going to reduce everything. It makes no sense.
And then let's tie this into the job numbers, So we had a record, job numbers that came out hotter than before. But the thing is like you mentioned before, is people have been dropping out of the workforce.
Yes.
And so the question would be, well, how can people be dropping out of the workforce and them hiring more people? Well, technically what happens is if people drop out of the workforce completely, they're not counted as being unemployed, so the unemployment rate stays the same. And then on top of that, then you say, well, where did these other people come from? Well, what they did is these people moved over and took other people's jobs, and the other people basically, that they took their jobs, they dropped out of the workforce, increasing the overall, numbers that way.
Well,
and
let me clarify this a little bit for people so they can see the picture there. So the population in the United States, 350 million people, that's growing. So every year and every month, there are more people who are becoming 18 and able to work. And not all of them are working, but there is always more people. So we have more people who could work. And when I say there's 100,000 people not counted, that's people who aren't working, that are 18 and older, that could actually be working. And so we have a lot of people who had a job in 2019 that went back to their jobs, not all of them. So they're counting them as new jobs, even though they're going back to their old jobs, not as much as they have been in the past. And we have more people who don't have a job. So that's why we see these numbers, even though they're saying, oh, there's more people working, there isn't. There's more people who aren't working, they just don't count them. I hope that makes it a little more clear and a little simpler sometimes. Go ahead, Jason.
No, that does a good job of it, you know. But yeah, I mean, you look at too is just that the fact is that this budget is inflating more money, and you know we have a labor shortage right now, you know, with probably some higher skilled individuals, you know, in certain segments of the economy, and basically that's forcing certain businesses to basically have to bid higher for these employees, right, for their stuff, which basically in the bottom line that's going to cause your prices on the bottom basically have to go up. Well, what does the government decide that they're going to do? They're going to spend, you know, all this money hiring IRS agents, you know, sucking all this, you know, this top performance type of a lot of people, very intelligent people, out of the workforce by giving them federal, you know, jobs. And I'm just like, you got to be kidding me, you know. And not to mention the fact is that now they look like they're going to be using this, you know, pretty much to weaponize it, you know, against, you know, small businesses. And I have seen some Republicans have been looking to, you know, see, you know, or at least try to defend, you know, really small business, because the problem is that when the IRS is basically, you know, constantly auditing, you know, somebody with not the big, you know, deep pockets, the problem is they just get overwhelmed by, you know, paperwork and logistics. So they could be completely doing everything right, but just the audit itself is going to cost them a massive amount of money, which could technically put them on the brink of bankruptcy. Which right now, you know, in this great economy, which they say is such a great economy, the businesses that are suffering the most are the smallest ones. They're the ones that are getting killed by the inflation. They're not able to make the adjustment that these big corporations have been able to make. So, I mean, it's just a perpetual, you know, beating down of businesses and workers, and continually, you know, inflation. You know, the Biden administration has been, you know, pushing on, you know, the people. And like I said, I think to some degree is that the communication, you know, unfortunately, is not been clear from Republicans to state exactly, you know, and precisely of what this is and how this is going to affect everyone.
Well, I don't think that they're afraid of the election as well. I mean, they're trying to find the best way to say, no, I'm part of the good news, even though there is no good news, because people don't reelect people on bad news. You don't want to go out and say, well, you just screwed up the economy. Why should I reelect you? So they have to make it, and that's what the game is right now in Washington, D.C. Well, we're seeing all these politicians that are trying to say, well, it's bad, but it's not as bad as you think, and definitely not my fault, so that they can get reelected. And that's kind of sad. It's stupid.
Well, it's going to be a failure to the Republicans, because what's happening right now, if that narrative of the job numbers, right, and if they can look at, I mean, we've got election. Honestly, elections, right? Well, it's August, so we've got like 2 months before the elections, right?
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? I mean, the predictability is that Democrats are going to get wiped out. Well, the problem is that right now you've got gas prices going down, right? And then you also have, you know, job numbers are, you know, hot right now. And the thing is that, and then also too is the inflation. You know, they'll probably come up with a number and they'll show that it's downtick. Well, the problem is that all these numbers are going to come up, and then, you know, Democrats are going to be saying, hey, look, you know, we got everything going in right to the election, and then all of a sudden, you know, Republicans were just all elected. The House now was taken over, the Senate was, you know, taken over, and now, you know, now what's happening is that, you know, the reason you're suffering and inflation's so high and job numbers are, you know, going, you know, down, and the reason unemployment and everything is getting so miserable is because, you know, the Republicans now took power, and that's why things are getting bad. And like I said, they're setting themselves up for this with the inability to communicate, you know, economics, you know, to the public.
Here's the problem, and I've mentioned this. I know you like to talk about economics a lot when you call in, and that's not a problem. I love it. I'm a former stockbroker. I follow this stuff. It's conveying it to people. When you start mentioning numbers, people drone out. They lose their minds. You mention math, and people don't want to do it. And it's hard to imagine the numbers. Think about it like this. We are listening to Joe Biden right now and the Democrats, and they're trying to tell us, well, inflation, it's transitory, and it's not that bad. It's at 9.1%, and it's going higher. In England, just this week, England, the Bank of England said that England is going to go in, they're going into a recession this year, and they're going to have at least 13% unemployment, inflation. 13% inflation in England, in the United Kingdom, according to the Bank of England. Deutsche Bank has already said that England and the United States are going into recessions, and they probably will too. So you have the three biggest engines of European and American growth are all in trouble with inflation, and all of them are in recessions. I know we've redefined the meaning of what a recession is. I get it. They can't let you see this. They're trying to hide it from you until it's so bad it doesn't matter. And their only outlet is to say, well, these guys are bad because no one wants to hear the numbers. But I've been saying it since January, and you know this. Since January, I've been telling people we're going into a recession. I've been saying since January, buy more food. The price of food is going to go up. The cost of everything is going to go higher. Start stockpiling. And everyone who's listened to me since January has been making money. Now, the problem is, at the end of August, we're going to see a slight uptick in some of the numbers. We might see inflation stay flat, maybe 9%, somewhere between 9 to 9.5%. They're going to say, oh, see, it's transitory. It's not a big deal. That's a false positive. That's a false positive. That's just going to show you that nothing ever goes all the way up forever or all the way down forever. Look at the stock market. It doesn't always go down. It doesn't always go up. It bounces. Same thing with inflation. People stop buying things. They stop going out. You're going to see a pause. That's your false positive. They're going to capitalize on it. Say, see, we were right. It was only transitory. It's only temporary. This is a soft landing. We've got this under control. And then you're going to see the second leg. When the food shortage hits, that we already know is coming, that they have already promised us that worldwide there's going to be 40% less food in the world. That we are already seeing riots around the world because of. I'm telling you, this isn't, we're hearing the other nations in the world. We can't not be in a recession when England is going into a recession, when Germany is going into a recession, when we're watching the rest of the world go into food riots. We're in a recession. It's just people don't like to hear that. Does that make sense?
I mean, no, it totally does. I mean, the fact that the recession numbers and then pushing off. Look at the Democrats are actually going to be positioned very well, to basically, push the transitory type of, message, and the fact that they're getting away, a lot with even the media, that we are not in a recession. And then when you look at the, even gas prices, they're going down like a buck, and so like all these different things, are going down and their employment's still up, according to the way that they're cooking the books.
But wait, listen to what you just said. See, gas prices are down. No, gas prices are up. They're still up $2. Yes, it went down from being up $3, but they're up $2. It's it's like a 80% increase, 86% increase in the cost of fuel, of gas, of electricity, of fuel oil for our homes. We haven't even hit the winter yet, and these are all up. So but they're using in the media the trick of saying, but it's down. See, it's down. No, it's not down. It's still up. It's just not up as much.
Right. Well, what they're going to do, like I said, when November comes around and everybody has to start heating their house, then everything starts to go back up where they basically have a lack of supply. Then everybody's going to be looking at, they're saying, well, how did this happen? Democrats will go, well, the came in an office and everything just fell apart, And on top of that, the worst thing I'm thinking is going to happen, and we already know it, is that the Democrats are going to be full-fledged, pushing, massive, spending programs. They won't be able to get it through the Republicans, but they're going to put the same thing. They're probably going to come out with some sort of, stimulus type of things to help the burden of families, especially when it comes to the energy and the heating sector, and a lot of people who are going to be struggling during the wintertime. And then on top of that, once, the inflationary effects happen on, jobs, then they're going to push probably even double hard, to, increase like national, minimum wage and all this other stuff. And the thing is that, because the fact that people don't understand economics, everybody's going to basically go for the same plan that got us in the problem to begin with, which is the government continuing just to spend more money, you know. And then until people understand that, the spending is bad, you cannot continually inflate, jobs, and you can't inflate, everything by just pumping money into the system. We're just gonna, like I said, I'm, I see that being a very, very problematic thing when it comes, in the next year, for Republicans anyway, and I could see some wishy-washy ones, actually compromising, with Democrats to actually put forth some bills that are supposed to ease, some of the pain that's in the economy. So it's not going to be like full-fledged, spending bill. They'll just like gut something a little, but it'll be just enough, where Democrats will get a win, and it will actually, perpetuate the idea that government spending will save everybody's, life. And
government spending never saves anyone, and it is worse than people think it is. And it's always, you know what? Let me show you something. It's on screen right now. This is from NBC News, okay? This isn't from again, I'm going to left-leaning sources to find the information. Manchin's disingenuous claim about the new spending bill. We are spending money on this. The Inflationary Reduction Act is misnamed because it won't do what the title promises. It will likely make inflation worse. This is coming from NBC. This is the left that is telling you this isn't going to work and you're going to be worse off. That came out August 5th from Wilbur John Coleman, who is a economics professor at Duke University. So you can say, Mike, you're not an economist, and I'm not. You can say, Mike, you're not in charge of U.S. economic policy. I'm not. But guess what? I've been saying this before Duke University. They're just confirming what I've been telling you. And this is why you and everyone else needs to prepare, because they're going through this the wrong way. They're going to make this worse. Doesn't that scare you, Jason?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's, look, they double down on these policies that are, continuing to make everything worse, and they'll get away to some degree. They're just going to continue to get away with it, and I do see some, kind of signs of that, even with statistics and, some of the, the polling, and some people are kind of like, I mean, that's the thing is that if somebody's got their foot on your head and you're getting crushed, and that's what the analogy is with, gas at $5, and then they just take their foot off just a little bit, let it go to $4, then people all of a sudden they get that sigh of breath, and all of a sudden they're like, wow, that's a lot better than that, that full weight that was just, crushing me completely. And like I said, it just,
that's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, they had they had their foot on your head. Now they put their foot on your chest, so you can look and you can look a little bit better, and your head's not getting smashed, but you're still getting crushed.
Yeah, and the thing is that some people, that's just enough, for them to say, hey, you know what? Let's keep the status quo. I mean, look at like I said, I think that narrative will only work, honestly, if the Republicans, capitulate to a lot of these policies and allow, some of this funding and relief type thing that will come up, will be generated by the Democrats. And, if they get on board with some of this stuff and let it pass through, because they don't want to be seen as the people who want people to suffer. And that's the bottom line, is that's the way politics ends up going. You'll get, a handful of Republicans will just go, you know what, you're right. Even though they know that the spending, they know that, the policy is bad politically, they just can't handle the heat, or again, like you're always saying, it's just like, look, at people don't understand the numbers, and then
They're lying to people. They're lying to people. They're using words like, well, it's the Inflation Reduction Act, so it must be good. It's reducing, the title says it's reducing inflation, except it doesn't reduce inflation. What it does is it spends money on fighting climate change. What does climate change have to do with inflation? They're two separate things. They have nothing to do with it. How does spending more money, which is inflationary, reduce money. And by the way, I'm actually going to go through the numbers. What they're actually trying to save is 0.5% of spending over 10 years. That's something else that no one's being told. We're going to save $300 billion. That's over 10 years, and it's 0.5% of 1 year. That's nothing. That is not even a rounding error according to the United States government. No one tells you this. No one breaks this down. Everyone's so busy, they hear $300 billion. That's a hell of a lot of money. Not for a government that's spending $6 trillion, not when it's over 10 years, not when it's less than 0.5%. It is meaningless.
Yeah,
it's all about the title.
Well, that's the whole point, though. Is see, that's one of the points you say. They're like, well, look how much they're going to save. That 0.5%. But the bottom line is that if inflation continues to be around 9 or even 5%, I mean, my God, that extra money they pump in the system, will basically, I don't know, could be like, 10 times as much. We'll lose 10 times as much money due to inflation that any sort of savings could ever come out, from any sort of the spending that they do. So it's like. It's how they play the numbers, how they do the math, because they're probably speculating that inflation. They're probably speculating that number on inflation rate of like probably 2% or something ridiculously low. Because they're gonna say, "Oh, we're gonna get back down to 2%, and that's what that's how much money we're gonna save." But putting this budget out and inflating the dollar even more and keeping the inflation rate around 9%, for more months will totally destroy any sort of savings that they make. But again, like I said, this is the stuff that people don't understand, when it comes to the spending and the numbers that is, look at.
I agree. I agree. And I'm trying to make it as accessible to people as possible. I hope I'm doing
a good job today.
Okay. Well, I'm trying. I'm definitely trying on that. But I do want to make sure other people have something that can speak as well. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about while I have you on?
No, Matt, that's it. I just wanted to touch base on that issue right there.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you're back in touch with us because we hadn't heard from you in a week or two, and so I'm glad to hear your voice again. Thank you for being back.
Yep.
All right, folks. So just like Jason has done, you can call in too to let us know what you're thinking about, the issues that matter to you, and what you wanted to speak about. It's about your voice, whether you're sending in text messages like Jan and Dal and Klaus and John. You can leave us messages, or you can call into the program at 607-242-1582. I should also mention that we do this every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because we want to hear your voice. And all we ask is that if you find us to be informational, to be entertaining, to be useful in any kind of way, just like and subscribe. Please, just like and subscribe. We want to get to 1,234 subscribers, and that's all we're asking for because it helps us a lot to reach more people around the world. Now, with that said, let me look at this for a second. I really want to address this. We're being told, and I know everyone's talking about Manchin's going to be voting for this, and Manchin has jumped onto the Build Back Better idea. At the very beginning, we have been spending so much money that we have helped to create inflation. It took 18 months to get to where we are today. You will not turn off the recession tomorrow. It's not possible. We have to go through the process. And when the food shortage kicks in October, then we are going to see a full year, because it's going to take a year for those crops to come back. It's not just the winter. You have to make it through the winter and all the way back to the next set of crops that are going to be planted and then harvested. We've got a year of this problem. We have a year of this recession at least, which is why the Bank of England has already said England's going into a recession. It's going to go through 2023, and they're looking at least 13% inflation, which means the United States is looking at least 15% inflation, which we have called on this program back on March of 2022. Now, when I say that they are playing games with you, that they are using you, the bill is called the Inflation Reduction Act. It is an amendment to the Build Back Better. which is why you can't see the bill. It's 755 pages long. 755 pages. And in those pages, they're going to be addressing, as reported by NBC News, they're going to be helping to fund health care. They're paying for Obamacare. You are paying for Obamacare. They're going to fight climate change, which means that it's going to be more expensive to get oil and gas and coal, which means electricity and energy is going to go up, not down. It's going to become more expensive. And that means the price is going to necessarily skyrocket. Who said that? Obama. They're going to necessarily skyrocket the cost of electricity because climate change. And they're spending, and when I say they are spending on this, and I want to be clear, so it's not just one economist that said this, because you can go over and you see in Bloomberg, the Manchin spending deal includes billions on oil imports. Again, they are increasing the cost of energy. They are increasing the cost of electricity. Guess what's been one of the main factors of increasing inflation? The cost of energy, the cost of oil. This is coming from Bloomberg News. So we know that the bill, which is a spending bill, it's not a savings, it's a spending. So they're going to spend more money, they're going to print more money, which is inflationary. They're going to increase the cost of electricity, oil, gas, and coal, which is inflationary. And they're going to increase the amount of spending on Obamacare, which is inflationary. And they're telling you that they're going to save money. How do you get there? That doesn't make any sense. And we know that Kamala Harris is going to make sure, and this is the only thing that she's done effectively since the day she got elected. She was the 51st vote. 50 of Democrats have voted for this. 50 Republicans voted against this. She's the tie-breaking vote, and she's the one who's passing this through. So Democrats know that Republicans aren't trying to hurt you, that they're actually trying to get something reasonable. Democrats are trying to get through an election, and it sounds good. Inflation Reduction Act, so it must reduce the inflation. No, it doesn't. It's just the title. That's marketing. It's really good marketing, and it's great for getting votes, but it's horrible for what's going to happen to your pocket. So let me and this is as close to seeing the bill as you can get. The Inflation Prevention Act. It has nothing in it here's where they're coming up with a number so that you can see this for yourself. And all the links will be included at the end of the show so you can go back and see everything for yourself and find out everything, all the details. And I'm trying to make sure I'm summing it up for you, but I want you to see this because no one else is going to let you see this. And that is, this is coming from the Congressional Budget Office. And according to the Congressional Budget Office, Democrats can say that this is going to save money today. If nothing else changes, if inflation doesn't go any higher, if the cost of gasoline, the cost of electricity does not go any higher, if there is no food shortage right now, as a snapshot, if everything stayed exactly as they are today, then you would be able to save money. How much money? Well, going to the Democrats themselves, this is from the Democrats of the Senate.gov. This is from the Democratic Party itself. And their answer is that if everything stays exactly the same as it is right now, they're going to make $3.3 billion off of new taxes on businesses. That is not true. That's not accurate. Because in an inflationary, when we have inflation, when we have a recession, businesses make less money. So that number is not real. The IRS is going to go into every single bank account, every single PayPal or any of those online banks that you have. They're going to go into your credit cards and they're going to find out where you have money and they're going to take your money. And they think they're going to get 124 billion. Again, that assumes that you have a job and you're making the same amount of money and things don't cost more for you to buy, like food, like gas, like electricity. Okay. Now, the thing is, they're expecting that they're going to spend $443 billion. The total reduction over 10 years is $300 billion. That sounds like a huge number. $300 billion. This is what that works out to. In 2026, 4 years from now, 4 years from now, the interest on the United States debt alone, just the interest at the very best guess that we can make, is going to be $492 billion. Remember, they said they're going to save you $300. That's not even paying the interest for 1 year. This is what they're saying they're saving you. Less money than interest on the debt in 1 year. And this is a 10-year plan. So that means it's $300 billion over 10 years, or $30 billion. That's 0.1% of what we actually spend. It's actually less than, it's 0.05% of what we spend in a year. And that's not even counting on the fact that we spend $6.5 trillion. They're talking about saving $30 billion. It's not even a rounding number. You're not saving money, folks. You're not. And I know that Happy Life, our resident troll, and is back with us. Hello, Happy Life. And Happy Life says gas prices have decreased significantly, except gas prices are up significantly. See, Happy Life is doing the same thing that the news media wants to do. Oh, it's down. The price has come down, except the price went up. The price went up over 150%. Now it's down to only being up 100%. But they're going to say, but it's down. Prices are down. Yeah, but they're still up 100%. Yeah, it's not as high as it has been so far, but that doesn't mean it's good. It means that it just isn't at the peak. Things aren't always at the peak. See, so Happy Life wants to try and convince you. See, it's not that bad. You're only paying 34% more for the food that you eat. You're only paying 50% more for the electricity. You're only paying another 70, 80, 90% more for gas, but you're not paying 125% more for gas. So things are good. The economy is great. No, it's not. It's a lie. It's a way of playing a game with the numbers. Just like they're saying $300 billion, they leave out over 10 years. They leave out, that's 0.5% of our spending. It is meaningless. They are spending more money. Period. $433 million more. And none of this has to do with the inflation. Climate change has nothing to do with inflation. Obamacare has nothing to do with inflation. They're not helping. They just want you to feel like they're doing something. They want you to feel like it's important. They want you to feel, not think, because they want you to obey and they want to keep power. And they're afraid that they're going to lose 30 seats because of the misery index. So they want you to feel good about it rather than to think about it. Because if you think about it, like when you go through your bills every month, we're in the month of August, you just got all your bills. This is the first 7 days. Everybody that is on this in America, in the last 7 days, you just got a bunch of bills. You got an electric bill, you got a mortgage bill or a rent due, you got your gas, you go to the store. All your bills came up in the last 7 days. And you're not paying less money. You're still paying more. You're more than you were paying in 2021, way more than what you were paying in 2020 or 2019. You're losing money. And they're telling you, feel good about it. Because you were losing even more money in May. And today you're not losing as much money as you were losing in May. Don't you feel good? Let's have a party. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. This is so stupid. Even economists can't hide these numbers anymore. They can't hide this anymore. It's just that bad. And it's not like Democrats are doing anything good. Yes, they're spending trillions. Klaus has mentioned they spent trillions in the Middle East to stabilize oil prices, and it's a scam. Yeah, we're taking our oil, and remember, we could have been somewhat slightly better off. We just sold, 6 billion barrels of oil to China? Why? They could have used that here. No, we're selling it to China. Why would we sell it to China? Because things are so great, because we're energy independent? No, we're not. And we're going to be we're selling them oil. Meanwhile, I want to go back to this because I just showed you this. I want you to think about it. Joe Biden is taking our reserve, our emergency oil, and he sold 6 billion barrels to China. At the same time, Democrats are going to charge us, Americans, more money to be able to buy oil. So we are literally buying oil every day at a higher price, and we just sold a bunch of oil that we already had to China for a lower price. Why in the world would we do that? Does that make any sense to you? Does that somehow make us save money? We're going to pay oil, the oil that we have to replace, the 6 billion barrels that we sold to China for a lower price. We're going to pay more to buy those 6 billion barrels back. Does that make sense? I'm trying to make this make as much sense as possible. Try to make it as simple as possible. You went out and you had a loaf of bread. You sold that loaf of bread to somebody who hates you, an internet troll. You sold it to Happy Life. You sold a loaf of bread, your only loaf of bread, you sold it to an internet troll. And now you have to go out and buy a new loaf of bread because you still have to feed yourself and your family. And you're paying more money than what you sold it for. Is that a victory? Did you just make some great economic plan? Did you save money? That's as simple as I can make it for you. If you wouldn't do that, then why in the hell are we doing the economic policy right now? Because it has a good name? Because the name says it's reducing things. It's inflation reduction. That's the title. So what? It means nothing. I'm trying to make as much sense as I can, folks, and it is tough. It is tough to do that. And I wish I could say that all of this makes sense, because at the end of the day, what are we looking at? We're looking at Kathy Hochul as an example. This is how Democrats are using the money that we are giving them. This is what happens when we are trying to help them. The Democrats, who have these wonderful ways of spending your money, they're spending the money on their donors, on their special interests, on guys who are helping them get reelected. That's what we found out on July 31st, last week. Kathy Hochul, the appointed governor of New York, she's taking your money, your taxes from New York State and federal taxes, and she's spending it on her donors, on people who are helping her maintain power. And this is coming from the Times Union. The Times Union, a Democratic publication, saying that, hey, she's spending money illegally. This is bad news. This is bad. It's corruption. She is taking your money and giving it to her, to the campaign fundraisers that hosted programs for her, that raised money for her. They're making more than $1 billion annually, and she's giving them your money. Does that sound like it's going to be good for you? Meanwhile, we have people who are in the bodegas. We have owners of businesses in New York State, as an example, the people who need the help from the state, that need prosecutors to actually do their job, and they're getting thrown under a bus. bodega and small business owners are demanding action from Kathy Hochul because bail law, the bail reform, is letting criminals out the door, coming back to these same businesses and destroying those businesses over and over again. Because Kathy is too busy taking your money and making her buddies rich. She's not protecting anyone. Meanwhile, she wants you to think that the problem isn't with her, it's the judges. Well, the judges just aren't smart enough. The judges don't know what they're doing. Think about that. Kathy Hochul is saying that our judges who do their job, who are prosecutors, who are defenders, who studied the law, who got elected by Democrats in New York State, by Democrats, by the Biden administration, that these guys aren't smart enough to pass a law that she rushed through Congress, the New York State legislature, without reading it, without considering what it does, that is actually hurting people because of the social experiment that Kathy Hochul, Democrats, and progressives have put onto American people. She's blaming the guys who don't have a choice. The Albany County District Attorney said, David Soares said, Hochul's offer to train judges is offensive and accused her of suggesting that, quote, some of the best and brightest that work in public service are not astute enough to understand what can sometimes be incomprehensible pieces of legislation that we have to live with. Think about that. They're passing. Kathy Hochul has put through laws that no one understands, whether it's trying to reverse the Supreme Court decision, whether it's about abortion. No one understands what she is doing. It is a social experiment paid for by your tax dollars. And when it doesn't work, and it isn't working, well, the fault isn't the law. It isn't her for pushing the law. It's someone else's fault. Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense? Because it's the same kind of logic as saying that, hey, it's the Inflation Reduction Act. Obviously, it must work because that's the title. Just like Kathy Hochul said, well, bail reform must work because it says bail reform. It must be good. It has to be someone else's problem because the title of it was good. Give me another vote. Seriously, folks, this is how they're playing you. They're playing games with you. They're using this information against you. It's insane. It's frustrating. Because over and over again, they are lying to your face. You are seeing the results. They have the social experiment. Let's defund the police. Crime went up. Let's have bail reform. Crime went up. Oh, what can we do? What could we do if we're releasing these criminals and they're going out and committing more crimes? If we're going out there and we're restricting people's rights, we're taking away their ability to defend themselves, to protect themselves, even passively with bulletproof vests, if they have no right, no way to protect themselves, and there's less police out there, what can we do? We'll blame the judges and we'll double down and do more. Because the experiment has to be right because they're progressives. That's what they're telling you. That you just don't understand. You just aren't smart enough. Just like you don't realize that the economy's fantastic even though you're spending more money. Even though gasoline costs more than it cost a year ago. Even though you can't find baby food. The shelves on your local store are empty. No, it's your fault. That's on you. That's your mistake. Dow says energy prices have not decreased sufficiently to ease the economic stress of commuting and travel. Still paying nearly double to fill the tank and filling more often, even with a reduction in travel. Yes, because they're increasing the amount of ethanol in gas. Forgot about that, didn't you? They put more ethanol in the gas, which means that the gas you're using is less effective. Another brilliant idea coming from progressives. Well, we're going to cut greenhouse gases because the most dangerous thing to your life is greenhouse gases. It's not starving. It's not that you can't pay your bills. It's not that there are international tensions. because people are starving. It's not because governments hate America. No. The thing that you have to be worried about is what is the temperature tomorrow that we cannot predict, that we do not know what causes the temperature to go up and down, that we have no control over. Okay, but that makes sense. Social experiment. It's all about the social experiments because you have to be trained how to let the government make decisions for you because you're obviously not smart enough to make the decisions for yourself. That's what the government is saying. That's what Democrats are saying. This is insane, folks. And it only gets worse and worse. I mean, remember, the Democrats are also telling us, they're making a big deal about this. You may have noticed this, that the Democrats are saying, well, Republicans are going to scare you and they're going to change the Constitution. Republicans are trying to have a constitutional convention and they're going to change the Constitution and they're going to take away your rights and freedoms. The only people who've ever said that they should take away your rights and freedoms are Democrats. The Democratic Socialists of America say they want to destroy the Constitution, that they want to destroy the amendments. Yes, the progressives who are saying that. They're the only ones who want to get rid of the Constitution. Democrats are the ones who say that you shouldn't have a Second Amendment right. That's Kathy Hochul. That's the anti-Second Amendment organizations. That's the gun ban HR 1808 that they're pushing through. That's Democrats. But they're going to tell you, no, the Republicans are going to scare you. They're going to change the Constitution. No, it's a congressional convention of states. And Democrats are invited into that too. And they have a voice and a vote. And you don't have to change anything. But they want you to be scared. They want you to be terrified. They want you to obey. Just to obey. Because they want to tell you, this is coming from the insider. Conservative movement isn't done reshaping the Constitution. We're not. We're not the one who are changing the meanings and definitions. Think about it. Who's doing more to change America? When you change the definition of recession, when you change the definition of words like vaccine, when you change the definition of what is a man and what is a woman, without ever defining what is a man or what is a woman, then I have to ask you, who's changing things? Are Republicans changing things because we're trying to say, I want to keep freedom? Or is it changing when someone keeps saying, well, the meaning doesn't mean what you think it meant, what it used to be in the dictionary, because it doesn't fit my political agenda. When you are listening to progressives change everything, the meaning of everything is whatever is going to be good for their political ideology. Who's actually changing America? Republicans or Democrats? Because I didn't hear a single Republican say we have to change the definition of a man or a woman. I have yet to hear a single Republican say we have to change the definition of a vaccine. I don't see a single Republican out there who is trying to change the definition of the word recession. But I hear lots of Democrats who are saying that so that they look good and you will vote for them so that they can maintain power. Am I wrong? Let me ask, has anyone heard a Republican come out and make those changes? I'm going to ask that on the screen here. Have Republicans, have conservatives change the meaning of any word? No, we're trying to keep the same meanings. What is a woman? An adult human female. Very, very simple. What is the new definition? Democrats have changed that definition. Progressives have changed that definition to the opposite of a man. What is a man? Well, it's the opposite of a woman. That is the literal official definition that they have introduced to our dictionaries now. This is what is being taught to kids. What does that mean? Nothing. It is meaningless. It is an excuse, but it's great for politics. What's a vaccine? Well, something that reduces the impact of diseases. No, a vaccine is something that prevents. It's supposed to be preventative medicine. It is supposed to prevent getting that. You don't get the smallpox vaccine to prevent, you get the smallpox vaccine to prevent getting smallpox. You get it to prevent getting monkeypox. You don't take the smallpox vaccine so that the monkeypox won't be as bad. It's to stop from getting it. That's the definition of a vaccine. You get the polio vaccine to stop getting polio, not to make the impact of it less. You're not trying to reduce the symptoms. You can take an aspirin and that will reduce this. Is an aspirin suddenly a vaccine because it reduces the symptoms? No. So they're changing the definitions to match their social experiment and to take away your power, your right, and your freedoms. And if someone thinks I am wrong, tell me why. Don't do what Happy Life does. Don't be a troll. Don't just say, well, Biden is great. That's not an answer. Don't tell me it's working fine. That's not an answer. Telling me that, it's not 100% overpriced. It's only 90% overpriced. So we're 10% better off. Don't play game. Give me a real answer. Give me a real answer. Because if you have a real answer, I will listen to it. If you play propaganda games and you try and play with words, I've been doing this longer than most everybody. I've been doing it for 15 years. It's not going to work. I can read through that. I know all those political propaganda games, and they don't work, and they're not effective, and they don't help anyone. Dow says, repealing and abolishing micromanagement policies and regulations is not changing the Constitution. It's removing onerous regulation laid on the populace, granted largely allowed because of complacency and apathy on the part of the voter due to indoctrination and a lack of prioritizing civic engagement. Well, people don't vote anymore. Essentially, I agree with you, Dan, that trying to not make the rest of the nation woke isn't changing the Constitution. The Constitution wasn't woke to start with, and it shouldn't be, because being woke isn't increasing your freedom. It takes away your freedom. The more woke you become, the less you can speak, the less you can do, the less you can be around people. Think about it. They want us to be woke so that every movie, every sport, everything has to have everybody in it. So you got to have a short person, a fat person, a tall person, a skinny person. You need someone who's white, who's black, who's Asian. No matter what you're talking about, you got to have them all. They all have to be gay, or they have to be trans. They have to be, no one can be straight. They can't be white. These are bad things. But everything else has to be in there. And I have to ask you, why? Why? You know, I was just watching The Sandman on Netflix. It's horrible. It's not good. Now, they do it really slick too, because the first 3 episodes of The Sandman on Netflix, they slightly add in. They start changing some of the characters. They've race swapped a bunch of the characters. They sexuality changed a bunch of the characters. Just 1 in the first episode. Then just 1 in the second episode. Just 2 in the third episode. By the 4th episode, they're changing everybody. Everybody's race swapping. Everybody's just gender bent. Everybody's got a new race. Nobody's white. Everybody's everything else. Why? It's not realistic. And not everybody is trying out to go out there and bang everything that moves. You go to the store, you go throughout the world, unless you happen to be in Africa, you're not going to see a lot of black people everywhere in the world. You're not going to see Hispanics everywhere in the world. You're not going to see Asians everywhere in the world in massive numbers. That's just not real. If you're in China, yes, you will. If you're in Japan, sure, I buy that. If I happen to be in Africa, sure. But guess what? If I'm in Africa, there aren't going to be a whole lot of Chinese people there. If I happen to be in Africa, there aren't going to be a bunch of Norwegians there. That's just not a high number of the population, just the way it works out. If you happen to be in South America, you're not going to see a lot of, I don't know, Samoans. It's just not part of the population. But somehow we have to be woke. And if you don't agree with that, well, you're evil and racist, because that's the reality of the world. That's the reality of the world, period. But you are a racist if you look at reality and go, hey, that's what really happens. This is what's upsetting. This is so very upsetting. Yeah, and Klaus has mentioned, if you're waiting for Democrats to give real answers, don't hold your breath because you'll pass out. It's terrifying to me, folks, because they don't want you to have this conversation. It's like thinking about Pelosi. Let's go into Pelosi. Let's talk about Taiwan. Now, I think most people saw Nancy Pelosi over in Taiwan, right? We knew that she was going over there. We knew that she had a reason. The first question I have to ask everybody, because I haven't seen anyone answer this. And I'm going to type this out for everyone. So, why did Nancy Pelosi go to Taiwan? I think this is an important question. Why did she go there? What was she going to do? Why was it important? Really a great question. What was she going to succeed in getting done? Does anyone have an answer to that? Does anyone know why? To make a semiconductor deal? That's what they want you to think after the fact. Except we have semiconductor deals. And by the way, the people who make that deal aren't Nancy Pelosi. She's the Speaker of the House. In terms of tariffs, in terms of international trade deals, that's only handled by the Senate. So if we're trying to make an international trade deal, well, that would be either the White House, so God forbid it would be Kamala Harris, or it would be it would be Chuck Schumer from the Senate, because they make the deal. Nancy Pelosi has nothing to do with it. So it's not about semiconductors, which I've heard people say, well, it's about semiconductors. No, it's not. She doesn't make policy for the United States. The Senate does. The White House does. She has nothing to do with it. So it's not about semiconductors. Semiconductor stock information? Maybe for her own personal gain, kind of like Sean King, kind of like Patrice Cullors, like other members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow and the Democratic Socialists of America, maybe because they want to make money, but that's not good for the nation. Jan says she went because she believes she is important. Yes. I think that ultimately is part of the answer. Is because Nancy Pelosi is Speaker of the House. And of course, excuse me. Of course, when things are happening in the world, she's important. She can go there. But does nothing for America and didn't help anyone. You know why I think Nancy went there? In part, Nancy Pelosi went overseas to avoid having to deal with the fact that her husband is getting charged with DUI, that he was drunk and possibly, it seems, it's very confusing, may have been on drugs and someone got hurt. And the media is trying to cover it up. And if Nancy Pelosi isn't in California at the same time that her husband's getting arrested, well, the story goes away. It's not a big deal. She gets to hide from it. So in part, Nancy Pelosi is doing this to save her butt, so that politically she's not connected to the DUI of her husband, which isn't the first one that he's had. So that's part of it. She's trying to protect her election. She's basically throwing her husband under a bus. But let me ask you, did Nancy Pelosi go in there? Did she help Taiwan? Did she make things better for Taiwan? No, she didn't. Because according to the Independent, As you mentioned, 4 days ago, August 3rd, the White House came out and said, we do not support Taiwan's independence. They threw Taiwan under a bus, and they had to say that they do not support an independent Taiwan because Joe Biden said he does, and because Nancy Pelosi went there and said she does. And China said, no, you can't do that. So that's pretty terrifying. How about this? And I'm going to get to the comments in just 1 second. But let's think about it. Did Nancy Pelosi, in going to Taiwan, did she make them safer? Did she make more of an inroad between the United States and Taiwan? Did she help them? Well, no, she didn't. Because as we can see, and this is coming from the BBC News on August 4th, the answer was China decided to put on a military exercise. They were shooting missiles. 11 missiles were shot over Taiwan. By the way, they didn't just threaten Taiwan. The missiles went over Taiwan and landed next to Japan. So they were threatening two of our allies all at once, Taiwan and Japan. Nancy Pelosi endangered Japan and Taiwan. Gee, that's not the smartest thing she could have done. And if you're wondering, yeah, Japan was protesting this. Japan was screaming that China is shooting missiles at us. They're shooting missiles. They were shooting missiles at Japan because of America. That's what Nancy Pelosi did. Nancy Pelosi convinced the Japanese that America will get them shot because she did get them shot at. Gee, that helps with our relationship with Japan a whole lot, don't you think? And by the way, I don't think South Korea is very confident if America, our ally, is getting Taiwan shot at and they're getting Japan shot at, two people who were not being shot at by China. They were being shot at by North Korea, but they were not being shot at by China. And guess what? China is more likely to be able to shoot Japan and Taiwan and South Korea, way more likely to do it than North Korea can do it. So they put a credible threat on Southeast Asia, on all of our allies in Southeast Asia, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan. They're all terrified now because the big dog in Asian politics, they got pissed off at America. They're pissed off at anyone who knows America, who works with North America. Let me go to the BBC News. I want you to hear this. This comes from this is Deutsche Welle, the German news. And I want you to hear what in Germany, having a discussion about Nancy Pelosi and what she got. This is from August 5th.
Okay, so let's speculate then about what might happen in those circumstances if China did invade Taiwan. One wonders, would the world be as swift to react with punitive sanctions against such a massive export market and manufacturing resource as it has been with Russia?
I think you're right. I think sanctions against China are much more complicated than against Russia. On the other hand, China does have a number of vulnerabilities because Russia is a major commodities producer and exporter. China is the world's largest importer of food and energy resources. And so there's a lot of pulse points that if you were to have a sanctions or a blockade regime imposed on China, there are ways to squeeze it, albeit the cost would be enormous on the United States and its allies as well. I don't.
So there's your answer. Germany is having this discussion. What did Nancy Pelosi do? She potentially is causing China to go and invade Taiwan. And if they do that, what is the rest of the world going to do? Well, sanctions. Not an army, not weapons. They're going to do sanctions. And that has done a wonderful job of stopping Russia with Ukraine. Because Joe Biden put in the sanctions, the world put in sanctions against Russia, and the ruble is worth more today than before they started all the sanctions. The world is still buying Russian oil. Russia is in a stronger position today than they were in January. And so the answer is, well, we're going to do sanctions against China, except we can't. That's the answer in Germany. We can't put sanctions. We'll put sanctions out, but we can't really do that because it will hurt us more than it will hurt China. And that is the lesson we got from Joe Biden's wonderful policy of doing sanctions against Russia. It hurts us more than it hurts them. We lose, not them. That's what Nancy Pelosi did. She made the world wake up and realize they can't do anything to China, not economically. So that means that they would have to do something physically, which means that we would have to have troops. Do you want to send troops to Taiwan? Do you want to send our sons and daughters to Taiwan to fight China? Because you want a new iPhone? And let's be honest about it, folks. This is so Taiwan makes your chips. Great. So you want to have a faster gaming computer. You want to have a new iPhone. Are you willing to give up American lives so that you can have the iPhone 20 or whatever it is? I don't care. Is that really worth the trade-off? To potentially get into a land war and or a international nuclear war. And by the way, if we're fighting against China in Taiwan, South Korea and Japan, they're in that fight too. They don't get a choice. If America gets into the fight, they have to be in it too. Do you think Japan wants to send their soldiers to fight for Taiwan or for America? Do you think South Korea wants to send their troops in to fight for that? And by the way, if South Korea is in, and they would have to because they are our ally, they'd have to jump in. North Korea then jumps after them. And now you have a regional war in Asia. China versus the United States fighting over Taiwan with Japan and South Korea and North Korea all involved. That is a regional war at the same time that we have Russia, Ukraine going on, which is drawing in Europe, especially Germany, into that. And we had to include Sweden and Switzerland into NATO because of that conflict. That's another regional war. That would be two regional wars at the same time on opposite ends of the world. And Joe Biden can't handle even one conflict in any one part of the world. He couldn't handle fighting Afghanistan. Let's think about that, folks. Joe Biden couldn't handle Afghanistan. He gave up against the Taliban and created an army for them. And he's supposed to be able to handle Russia and China at the same time? Do you think that's realistic? Let me ask you this. Do you think Kamala could do a better job? Do you think Kamala Harris could handle Afghanistan or Russia or China? Do you think that you could that Kamala would be able to effectively deal with any of that? She can't even handle our border. She can't even secure our border. And she's supposed to be able to handle Russia and China at the same time? Are we serious? Do we really think that's going to be positive for us? Because that's what Nancy Pelosi has the world thinking about right now. Right now, around the world, Taiwan is completely surrounded by a near blockade of Chinese warships to make a point. To make the point that Germany just told you about, that we can't put sanctions against them without hurting ourselves. And if we put troops down there, they have the home field advantage. They're going to be able to fight a lot more effectively than we can. And we have leaders who can't even secure the border. How do you think they're going to take care of a country? Does that not make sense, folks? Let me go back to some of the comments here. And by the way, folks, if you think I am wrong, if you think I am overestimating this, if you think that I have misreported this, not a problem. Call in 607-242-1582. The phone's still on. Just like Jason called in, you can call in too. let me hear what you have to say about that. Let me look at some of the comments here. So, I'm just checking out some of the comments here, and Dow mentions that he thought that the Democratic Party would privately encourage the visit in the hopes that China made good on their threat and give the Democrats a reason to declare a national security emergency. If the Democratic Party thought that the best thing that could happen is that China would attack Nancy Pelosi, then they are overestimating Joe Biden's ability to command the military, the influence of China over General Milley, and Kamala Harris's capabilities of doing anything whatsoever. They have misunderstood all of that because the rest of the world looked at it and went, that would be horrendous. America is not strong enough to do that. We're not strong enough to make Saudi Arabia pick up a phone to talk to the White House. We're not strong enough to make the United Arab Emirates pick up a phone call from the White House. If we're not able to do that, we can't control our southern border. You mean to tell us they thought that we would have more impact in Taiwan, that this would be a good thing, that China would back down, as China is telling us almost daily that they're going to invade Taiwan and that America can do nothing about it? I don't think so. But I could be wrong. Again, folks, you can call in 607-242-1582. You can tell me why I'm wrong. Going on. Klaus mentions China doesn't have a right to do this, to attack, because Pelosi went to Taiwan. They don't have a right to attack because Pelosi. They do, actually. According to the Chinese government, they said, and this is coming from CNN, China is saying that China is the victim of political provocation from the United States. The actions taken by the Chinese government to safeguard state sovereignty and territorial integrity and curb the separatist activities are legitimate and justified. Essentially, China is saying that Nancy Pelosi is doing a J6 insurrection. They are saying that Nancy Pelosi is an insurrectionist for the Taiwanese against China. And so China, who react to things entirely different than America, they don't hold trials. They make people disappear. They attack. They kill people. Look at the Uyghurs. They disappear. They're dead. So China thinks that this is a justified, they're putting down an insurrection. From the Chinese point of view, Nancy Pelosi is trying to start a civil war, and taking her out absolutely was something that they could do. So I understand Democrats may say, well, you don't have that right. China says, yes, they do. Let's see. What does China think they have a right to do to, China thinks that Taiwan is their property. They think that America trying to incite a rebellion in Taiwan is absolutely abhorrent, and they will use force. They have already said that they will fight to the death to take Taiwan. That if America gets in the way, that they would use nukes. They have already said that. So we have to understand the significance of this. I understand Democrats want their next iPhone. Fantastic. This is more important than iPhones. This is about a nuclear war. This is, or at least a regional war in the world that will include not just China, not just Taiwan, but it's also including Japan and South Korea and North Korea. This is a big deal. It's a large part of the world. And yes, user has been banned. Good to see you with us. And user has been banned mentions China already has killed American civilians with the chemical weapon fentanyl. They supplied the cartels who export it here and we already have a pretest for first strike. Iraq didn't even have WMDs. Well, I want to be clear that part of the reaction that was created because of Nancy Pelosi is that China has said, as reported by Politico 2 days ago on Friday, the Chinese Foreign Ministry announced that they are canceling upcoming military-to-military talks. So they just told General Mark Milley that he's not going to get his phone call with his best buddies in China. They also are suspending joint efforts to tackle the crisis. So all those eco-fanatics that want greenhouse, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, that whole green movement, China just said, screw you, because of Nancy Pelosi. And China decided that they're not going to help America with the opioid crisis that China is funding. China is a major source of fentanyl and opioids, along with some other parts of the world, and they are instrumental in pushing, especially fentanyl, into America. And rather than talking with America about, I don't know, stopping it, slowing it down, instead of having that conversation, they're not going to talk to us anymore. This is because of Nancy Pelosi. That's why Nancy Pelosi, according to The Guardian, Pelosi's reckless Taiwan visit deepens U.S.-China rupture. Why did she go? That's something that was being asked by The Guardian in the United Kingdom. And in particular, they said, writing just ahead of the trip, Thomas Friedman, also a Democrat, an author and New York Times columnist, a very deep progressive, described Pelosi's adventure as, quote, utterly reckless, dangerous, and irresponsible, arguing that Taiwan will not be more secure, which we know for a fact has happened, or prosperous because of a purely symbolic visit. Well, that's true too. China's getting more aggressive and making it more difficult for ships to travel in that region. Thomas Friedman, New York Times columnist, says that the consequences could include, quote, the U.S. being plunged into indirect conflicts with a nuclear-armed Russia and a nuclear-armed China at the same time without the support of European allies in the latter. So think about that. And that's something that we've already said. Why is having a strong leader in the United Kingdom important? Why is it bad that we are looking at two different rhinos being in charge in the United Kingdom? That Sunak and Truss are both bad options because they're not going to back up a weak Biden-Harris America. They're not going to put their necks out. So we lose Europe. We're losing their support. We're losing our linchpin. Fair enough. That means we are not we're losing our advantage or our leverage on Russia. At the same time, Nancy Pelosi is encouraging China to create another conflict that we can't handle, that we will not have support behind in fighting Taiwan. Isn't that what I just said? And that's coming from the New York Times. So you may say, Mike, well, you're just a small channel. How can you know? How can you get all that information? Everything I've been talking about this episode of this live stream, New York Times is saying, yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. We've been hearing the economists say, that's exactly what's going to happen. We are being led down a path, and there is no benefit in this. And everyone in the world is seeing it. Even Democrats at the New York Times are saying this is devastatingly bad. The consequences, which aren't over, are going to hurt America. We gained nothing. We got nothing out of this. That's kind of scary. Nancy Pelosi got a photo op. And so she looks better for her election in the midterm. maybe one or two other Democrats look good for the midterms. World stability just went down. The chances of having a regional war in Southeast Asia just went up. Our allies, our allies in Europe are less likely to be involved because they can't afford to be sanctions against Russia on energy that they desperately need. They can't afford to do that, and they can't afford to piss off China and not be able to get those goods. And by the way, if you didn't remember, China makes all our stuff. We don't manufacture anymore. Thank you, Obama. The Obama administration transformed America from a manufacturing country into a service country. So we don't make our stuff. We buy it from China that makes our stuff. In fact, we grow food and send it to China so China can sell it back to us. That's how bad our manufacturing chain has become. That's how bad our supply chain is. We don't even process the food in America anymore. We grow the food and we send it to China, and then China sends it back to us. And we're going to get in a fight with them? How well do you think that's going to go? Do you think China's going to be happy about trying to make all of our food and make all of our stuff while we're in a war with them? Does that make sense to anyone? Have I misunderstood that? Because this is what war with Taiwan means. If China invades Taiwan and the United States actually tries to support Taiwan, everything that China makes for America stops. And every ally of the United States that backs us up, China stops selling them stuff too. At the same time that Russia is turning off all the energy in Europe. Does that sound good for America? Does that sound like something we can just brush off? I mean, if this was the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s, yes, America could actually do that. We have been energy independent, and we could be again. We did make stuff. We could manufacture stuff in the past. We could, in the past, have survived whether or not China makes stuff for us. We could make it ourselves, and we have enough energy in America to be able to take care of everything we needed. America could be self-sufficient, but we're not. America is a service economy dependent on China and other nations. And that's not even talking about when China decides to put the thumb on Africa, where they have massive influence and massive investments, and they tell the Africans, well, we'd like to give you more food. We would like to help you, but America is stopping us. We have to fight in Taiwan to protect our country from the Americans, and so we're too busy to send food and money and resources to Africa, where we have a major investment, and America doesn't care. Over the last 20 years, America has ignored all of Africa, North Africa, South Africa, and all of Africa. We don't care. We don't pay attention to that at all. We don't make investments there. We're not helping. We didn't help them, the Sudan, when they were being genocided. There was an actual genocide going on. We ignored it. We ignored it all. China was while we ignored Africa, China was going in and they were building buildings, building up businesses, doing trade, bringing in food and medicine and helping Africa. Yes, they have an ulterior motive. They want a communist government. I get that. But they're involved and America isn't. And so when America goes and tries to help Taiwan because Nancy Pelosi showed up and China says, screw you, we're taking the island now, guess what? Africa is going to be pissed at us because they're not going to get the food they need. And rather than go through riots through every single West African nation like Sri Lanka did, they're going to go and say, we're pissed at America too. This is the nature of the international problem that faces America at this time. No one else in the media is talking about this. Do me a favor, clip this section. I'm telling you about the international policy of the United States for the next 10 years. This is our number one problem, and we're not dealing with it. And the news media will not tell you about this. They are making it all rainbows and unicorns, trying to convince you that it's all fine. And don't worry, Democrats have the answer. And they are making it bloody well worse. And that, yes, Klaus, you're correct. China is in Africa because of cobalt and lithium, those batteries that America needs to be able to be energy efficient because of climate change. And Africa won't sell it to us if China says don't sell it to America. Are you seeing how the dominoes fall here? All because Nancy Pelosi wanted a photo op so that she can say, Democrats are strong. Look what we did. We went to Taiwan. Because Nancy Pelosi wanted to say, I support Taiwan. I don't care what China thinks. She's causing a series of dominoes to get ready to fall over. And that's not good for America in the least. And if we back down to, and here's the other option. The other option is, okay, we don't send troops into Taiwan. We don't actively go in. We do sanctions. Well, what's the answer there? Taiwan becomes like Ukraine. It's a puppet government that is controlled and run, and China wins. China wins, which is an embarrassment for America. Our allies no longer trust us because we're not actually protecting them from anything. So all of our allies, especially in Southeast Asia, no longer have confidence in any agreement that the United States has made. They have no confidence in the United States military to be able to defend them. And that will affect every deal that we have in the world. And it gets worse from there. And China walks in and says, we control the semiconductors and we control Africa and all of the lithium batteries you want to build. Guess what? The world power shifts and it becomes China-centric, not America-centric. And I know there's a bunch of progressives out there that say, well, that's a good thing because America's evil. That's stupid. That is just point blank stupid. If you think I'm wrong, please call in 607-242-1582. Tell me how I don't understand. Tell me what I got wrong. Tell me that these aren't the only two options that are facing America at this time. We either capitulate to China and China wins, or we get into a war with China, which will not be limited to just China. Not in any way, shape, or form. And China has the advantage because Obama made America into a service economy. We don't make stuff anymore. And Biden doesn't want us to be energy independent anymore. Gee, who do you think's in the advantage in that? Am I misunderstanding this? Anyone want to tell me that I've misunderstood this? Did I leave out anything that makes sense? Is there any critical detail about this that changes the way? And user, you are correct. I think that besides trying to avoid the problem with her husband and his DUI, which was very embarrassing for her, she wanted to go and have her Trump moment and be like, hey, Trump went to North Korea. I went to Taiwan. Ha ha. I'm a badass too. No, you're not. There was some positive that came out of the Trump trip. There is no positive for America for Nancy Pelosi being there. None. She just complicated the world politics and made the world less safe. And the Taiwanese are having that impact right now. Their island is surrounded. There are jets flying over their heads. 11 missiles were fired over the heads of the Taiwanese people and targeted Japan. No one's been made safer. Everyone is less safe today after Nancy Pelosi's visit than before she actually showed up. And if there is someone who wants to tell me, no, she made it better, please explain how. Please explain to me how the world is safer because of the Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic Party. How did they make the world better? Klaus says, I think most Americans would agree to cut ties with China, threatening everyone. Talk about 1940s Germany. Well, yeah, I think that's accurate. I think they are as big a threat as what we saw in the 1940s. And I do think that we need to agree to cut or at least significantly reduce their impact. But that time was 10 years ago. There's going to be a lot of pain. It's going to happen. And when we have weak leaders in place, and I think the only thing that China is looking for right now is that as weak as Joe Biden is, he does have some friends around the world. Guess what? Kamala Harris doesn't. No one respects Kamala Harris. Most people aren't respecting Joe Biden, but they feel sympathy for the old man. Guess what? No one likes Kamala Harris. No one cares about Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris makes things worse because she doesn't know what she's doing. I think China is waiting for after the November election, when Democrats lose and Joe Biden steps down and Kamala Harris takes over in January of 2023, you're going to see that's when China's going to say, hey, this is the perfect time to get involved. And they're going to go and they're going to try and take over Taiwan because Kamala Harris has no respect in the military. She has no leadership capabilities. No one likes her. No one respects her. No one thinks she knows how to run anything. That's what I predict. The most dangerous time for America is going to be after about a week after the November 2022 elections. So that's the 8th. So about November 15th, somewhere around the week of November 15th, we are going to see one of the most dangerous times in American history because Joe Biden is going to step down. Kamala Harris is going to be put up as the figurehead, and the rest of the world is going to laugh at the lack of leadership the same way that someone laughs after you stub your toe. It's painful. It's not funny, but there's nothing else you can do. Yes, Klaus, it was the USA that saved China in World War II when Japanese invaded and almost took China. Yes, it was in China's, but see, let's remember, Klaus, that in World War II, that's before the communist takeover, the Little Red Book of Mao. That's before then. So we're talking about a very different China. And it was against, and we were helping them against their enemy. So it was in their advantage. So it was in their advantage to have America to fight the battle for them and to win for them as they were about to make a transition in their politics to become more socialist. So it's a very different image. China doesn't care about what America did in World War II. They care about what's going to happen going forward. The Communist Party of China doesn't care. Yes, the government of China in World War II is the Taiwanese government. That's correct. So when the socialists, the communists came into China to take over, the mainland Chinese government ran to Taiwan. which is why America has great relations with them, because they do remember World War II. They do remember America going in to help them for their best interest. But what we are looking at is an entirely different worldview. But I'm glad that you brought it up, Klaus, because a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think of, hey, well, China won't go that crazy because we helped them in World War II. Yes, they will, because the people that we helped aren't the people who are in charge now. Totally different group of people. So it's a good question. I'm glad you brought it up. Tell me, folks, and you can call in 607-242-1582. Tell me what you think. Am I right? Does it make sense? Or am I missing something? Are we seeing that one of the most dangerous periods of America will start, I believe, about the second week of November? Joe Biden will be in the process of stepping down because of the 25th Amendment. Kamala Harris will be in the process of stepping up because of that same 25th Amendment. At the same time, Putin doesn't care, and it's actually a good thing for Putin. At the same time, in Britain, we're going to either have Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak. Both of them are weak, inconsistent, and they are rhinos. Neither one of them have respect internationally, and they both will fail. They're basically Mitt Romney in charge of the United Kingdom. That's not a good thing. And at the same time, you're talking about China deciding that they want to get their oats and go after Taiwan. Something that they have wanted for decades, and America is weak enough that they can go out there and get it. Because America is too busy saying, we have two moms. Do you know what my pronoun is? Rather than saying, we'll bomb you to hell if you do it. I mean, who's scared of America saying, I've got two moms? Hey, you can't say that about me. You got to know my pronouns. We're so busy saying that. And China's busy saying, we've got an army. We've got a navy. We're building up a bigger navy. China is about to have the world's largest navy. That should scare people. Bigger than the United States, newer than the United States. China is building up. Japan knows it. North Korea knows it. Now, I'm just trying to catch up on some of the comments here. I know a couple of people are talking with each other. It's terrifying, folks. And this is what you get when you have a leader who does not have an international policy, which the United States does not have at this time. This is what happens when you have no leadership in America. And when we have a guy walking around who has to carry a cue card that tells him where he needs to sit, we don't have leadership in America. And we have progressives who are actively trying to destroy America. We have teachers in schools who are trying to teach kids to become socialists, not capitalists, not Americans, to become socialists, to destroy the American Constitution and our freedoms. They're trying to strip away our right to be able to defend ourselves, whether it be passively, like owning a bulletproof vest, or being able to have a rifle or a handgun. They're trying to strip that all away from us, not because it's going to make you safe. It has never made anyone safe. Taking away a bulletproof vest, the way to passively protect yourself, will not make anyone safe. Not in New York State, not anywhere else. Not one gun control law has ever made anyone safe. Please show me the data where it did. It doesn't happen. But it is creating more division in America. It is separating people on political lines, and it is causing people to be abused based on those political lines. Look at what we've seen from just Governor Hochul and Newsom. They've gone out and they've punished people. You don't agree with the government, you're not going to do what the government told you to do, then you can't work. And you won't get unemployment. Not in our state. That's punishment. We have red flag laws that are now being enacted across America, which is putting a target on your back. We are literally paying states to take away your Second Amendment rights. And we have a gun ban that is more appropriate on coming from Hollywood than it has anything to do with functionality. It's more about the cosmetic looks than it is about anything else, but it gives them the excuse to say, see, we didn't ban enough guns. See, that's something a lot of people don't realize. Why is the assault weapons ban, HR 1808, why is that so ineffective? Why does it not make sense? Why can you have a mini Ruger with a wood stock instead of a metal stock? Why are the rules so stupid? Why can you still have an M1 Garand rifle that we won World War II on, a literal weapon that was used in a war, and that's legal, but having a .22 rifle, that's not? Well, here's the answer. Because when that's not effective, they can say, well, the government needs to do more. We haven't done enough to protect you. And just like we saw with appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, when she was asked why in the hell was New York State reversing the Supreme Court and taking away people's Second Amendment rights, her answer was, I don't need proof. I'm just doing it because it feels good. Because it's going to make people safe. There's no data, there's no proof, but that's what they're going to do. So they're going to continue to use red flag laws. They're going to pay states to put your name on a list with a red flag law. They're going to ban the guns that you can have so they can take them away to make you safe. Not from criminals, but to make you safe. Criminals aren't going to be affected at all by any of this. And then they can say, well, that wasn't effective enough. Let's take away more. Let's take away more handguns. Let's take away the rest of the rifles. Let's take away some shotguns too. Because you don't need any of that. We get all our food from China. You don't need to go hunting. We get food. The government will give you food. All you have to do is be a good, obedient American citizen and obey the government, and we'll give you everything. We'll wipe out your student loan debt. We'll give you money. We'll send you checks. We'll give you a basic income every month. That's what the government's looking to do. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why that is wrong. Why that isn't a proper conclusion. Because I think it is. It's bleak. It's dark. It's not fun. But I think it's accurate. Yes, if a bear breaks through your door, you're going to need a whole bunch of stuff. That's correct. And for a lot of people, that's a reality. So I'm telling you, folks, there are these big problems that are facing America. And I'm telling you that in looking at it, Nancy Pelosi just got us closer to some of the worst outcomes possible because she wanted a picture. Because she wanted to say, Democrats care. Care about what? They care so much. Why are they doing so many stupid things? I love it when I hear some of the Democrats out there, like Governor Newsom of California. I care. Care about who? He cares about the illegal aliens. Well, guess what? Your job's to take care of the American citizens, not the illegal aliens. Here, Kathy Hochul say, I care. Meanwhile, she's flying. She cares so much about green energy and about the environment that she's taking planes across the country, across the state. She's flown on over 200 flights in less than a year, and she's created as much greenhouse gases as driving a car 1.9 million miles. You would have to plant 12,000 trees, 12,000 trees, and let them grow for 10 years to offset her taking planes and helicopters all across New York so that she can get reelected. And she cares? You know, wasn't it Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in 2019 that said, kids are dying because of the greenhouse gases. That was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sitting in Congress in a hearing, and she said, oh, kids are dying. You have to take the Green New Deal seriously. I have yet to hear any of these eco-fanatics come out and say, hey, Hochul, stop taking planes. You're creating more greenhouse gas. You're killing people. Nancy Pelosi, according to, Kathy Hochul, according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is killing black kids in the South Bronx. That's what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said. She doesn't want to say it now because there's an election. But Kathy Hochul is killing black kids, and Democrats are okay with that because no one in the news media is willing to say it, is not willing to say, this is what you said, this is what it means, this is where we are. No one is willing to say that Nancy Pelosi, well, very few people, let me be fair, very few people are willing to say that Nancy Pelosi went over to Taiwan and made the entire situation worse. Not better, not kept it the same, she made it worse. I don't know. Scary. These are scary things. I know a lot of people in the comments are talking about World War II and some of the things that America did during World War II. Kind of scary. But as bad as some of those things may have been, we're in the world today and we're looking at a worse outcome. And I do believe communism growing, China gaining more power. I think that's far worse. America losing a major series of wars. Because as I have said all year, I have told people it's not World War III. We are not about to have a World War III. That's not going to happen. We are going to have 3 regional wars across the world. That's a different thing. That will happen. I want to say it again. 3 regional wars around the world at the same time. That is happening. We've got Iran, who want to have nuclear, they want to build ICBMs and destroy America. We have China, who thinks that they could win because America is weak. We have Russia that is actively going out and they are barn stomping on people because America is weak. We're talking about 3 regional wars all at the same time, and that is far, far worse. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me how I am wrong. Okay, hang on one moment. You can hear my puppy in the background. I'm going to go to a quick, 1-minute commercial. Bear with me. Tom, stop. Give me 1 second, and then I'm going to come right back. I'm just waiting for, I'm going to put up the commercial. Con, stop. Nope, wrong one. Hang on 1 second, folks. Con, stop. Stop. There it is. Stop. Yes, I know. Give me a second, folks. I know you've heard it before. Whoops. What difference does it? You make the difference. Hang on. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares and your subscription. You. There it goes. Oh, God. Nothing on my computer wanted to work for a second. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to take a quick break because my computer's crashing all over the place. And let me play this, and I'll be right back. I know you've heard it before.
And I have him here.
What
I'm so
difference
happy.
does
The
it?
man,
You
the
make
legend
the
himself,
difference.
from
When
upstate New
you
York, Binghamton,
watch,
mostly from here,
chat,
but now from there,
tweets,
with his own
your
podcast,
likes and shares and your
No
subscription.
Soundbites
You
Allowed,
make
the
the
one and only
difference.
Michael Voss.
From
Thank you for coming
across the
today.
world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel.
That's correct. Yes,
We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. Strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no less.
Well, you live in Bronx, right? Just like I am.
Uh-oh.
Heavy Democrat stronghold.
Okay, so I got a couple things going on here. There we go. And hey, I'm back. Yes, I had to let my puppy out because he's a good boy and I want to take care of him. So thank you for giving me that moment. And I do thank everyone for subscribing, people who've made donations to the channel. Everything that you guys do, it's so important. It helps so much. And I really, really, truly appreciate everything you guys do, because you're fantastic. Literally, I believe the best audience out there. Every week, Sundays at 2:30 p.m. It's the middle of the summer. And you know what? We have people all across America that are watching the program. We have people from across the country, across the oceans, over in other countries that are watching the program. I thank each and every one of you. Hey, hot chicks. Good to see that you're here. I didn't see you before, so I'm sorry if I missed saying hello to you. But I want everyone to realize that this is a conversation about all of us, because none of this is happening in isolation. And people may say, well, why does this matter? Well, we're seeing this is going to affect Europe, and it already is. It's going to be affecting the Middle East. It's going to affect Southeast Asia. It's going to affect South America. There is no part of the world these things are not affecting directly. And we can't stop it from happening, because we have a leadership that doesn't have a plan. They're not thinking any further than November 9th, that they want to have power on November 9th. That's it. They're thinking of the 2022 election. Maybe a handful of Democrats in the leadership are out there, and they're thinking about 2024, kind of like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I think is going to run for Senate, not for presidency. That's it. They're thinking about the next election or two, but they're not thinking about you. They're not thinking about what they are planning, how it's going to affect your life, because they don't care. They don't care about the black kid in the South Bronx that's getting asthma. Neither does Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. If she was actually serious, if she actually cared about the Green New Deal, if she actually cared about greenhouse gases and reducing that, then she'd be screaming at appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, demanding that she would be removed. If Democrats cared about that, there would be if not a riot, there would be a protest right now in Albany telling her that she has to go, that she has to stop using these planes, and she better plant 12,000 trees. But you're not hearing that. No one cares. They're letting these stories go. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, who's this?
Mr. Mike, John Cortisco, how you doing?
Hey, man, it's good to have you on.
Well, my voice is a little scratchy. My allergies are kicking my behind, but yeah, I was just listening the last few minutes. The Democrats had a plan. They're the dog that caught the car. They got Trump out. Now they don't know what to do.
Well, it seems like we've got, and I think some people have said, Nancy Pelosi decided to go to Taiwan because she thought she was going to be the Trump moment for her. Look, I'm in Taiwan. I'm so bad. I'm so tough. China doesn't. And she's made it worse. She's made everything worse for everybody around the world.
Yeah. Was that supposed to be the we're strong American, we can't be, pushed around moment? Was that really supposed to be it?
I think that's what she was going. I think it was a combination of she wanted to get away from her husband and the DUI, because that was an embarrassment. And she wanted to do something that would make Democrats look strong because there's nothing that's happening with Biden or with Kamala Harris that's making them look strong so that they can walk into the midterms and have some image of strength because it's not the economy that's looking good. I mean, they've got nothing to look forward to. So that was her moment to say, hey, look, I'm a strong Democrat.
Well, first of all, I did a video on her. I called her Malibu Barbie's grandmother.
Yeah, she looks
Did you see some of the pictures? I mean, with the bright colors on and the heels and everybody in suits, it looks like Malibu Barbie's grandmother. I mean, here's the thing. It's the executive branch of government that shows the power. I mean, they control the military.
Right.
Why in the hell is it the Speaker of the House? Why didn't they send somebody else? Is it an ego thing?
Well, they didn't send her. She went against the best wishes of everyone.
Oh,
everyone was behind the scenes. Everyone was going, don't go.
I'm sure Blinken, as dumb as he is, even knew, wait a minute, hang on a minute. You're going where?
Well, that's why Blinken is in Cambodia right now, because he's trying to cover up all of this and he's trying to fix it.
So which tells you that there's a rift between the legislative branch and the executive branch of their own party in the middle of a must-win midterm for them. It doesn't look too good.
They thought the optics would be great because she got to get a medal. She got a medal.
Oh, yeah. Democrats they die or really do well on optics. Optics is their thing. No substance, just optics.
Well, definitely we can say this was all about optics. That's for sure. Oh, hang on one second. Hang on one second.
Sure.
My puppy's still there. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
1 second,
right.
folks.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh, Mike's God, I can tell a joke. Two guys walk into a bar. No, I'm only kidding. Two Democrats walk into a Republican bar. No, I don't know a joke like that. Anybody knows a joke? Put it in the comments. But it couldn't help to be mean, though. She did look like Malibu Barbie's grandmother. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. So I wanted to. And by the way, folks, just to let you know, this is the. Hey, wait. See, this is the little guy. He's a cookie. Say hi.
No, puppies are cool.
Go ahead. So
no matter what, they're always your buddy.
Hey, I love my dog. I love Khan. His name is Khan. Genghis Khan.
Yeah, it's too bad they don't live as long as women.
Yeah. But so we were talking about what's going on with Pelosi. So they're trying to. Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned no plan.
None whatsoever.
I like I said, I mean, it might not be as complicated. It might be as simple as we got Trump out. It's like
but that's not a plan.
In that movie, The Candidate, where he's in the elevator after he won, and he goes, "What do we do now?"
Yeah, but see, that's not a plan. A plan.
I know it's not a plan. That they shot all of their ammunition at Trump. They had no long-term thinking. Everything is short-term thinking, just like a child. They don't plan things out. They don't have any long-term strategy, but just call the other side evil and get Donald Trump out. That's all they had.
And that's still all they have, and it's useless because it doesn't help. I mean, I understand. Trump lives in their heads like nothing else. I mean, he is everything to them. They can't get through a sentence, a paragraph. They can't write an article or have a show that they can't mention Trump at least a dozen times and blame everything on him. The man is worse than the devil, according to the progressives and the Democrats out there.
Yeah.
But the fact is, that's not a plan. That has nothing to do with all the factors happening.
Well, I mean, I do have to give them some kudos in the fact that they got Trump out. I mean, it worked for that. But they used up, like I said, all their seed corn. They used up all their ammunition, use any analogy you want. And they've basically thrown away the majority for gosh knows how long just to get them out. Was it worth the price? I mean, you burnt down the house to get rid of the termites.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
was it worth it?
Well, look at what we've gotten for it. Let's see. They got Trump out, and we have 9.1% on inflation, which I believe is closer to 15%. We have more small businesses have closed since Joe Biden's been in office, and we're seeing that increase. The decrease of small businesses is becoming more.
Oh yeah,
more and more. There's a
you
landslide.
talk about inflation. Last spring, when I sold my store, I bought a used vehicle. It's not new to me. And I remember I bought it off a long time, car dealer here on the north side of Binghamton. And I bought the car, paid for it, and I picked it up about 3 or 4 weeks later. And he says to me, "You realize, John, that you drove this car off the lot and told it you would make $6,000. For some reason, right the week before I bought it, was the week before all the prices went up. They went up 30% in 1 week.
Wow. That's what they've done. That's the inflation we're talking about right now.
Yeah, it just happened to be that used cars are going through the roof now because I went by Jack Sherman the other day because on the way to my bank on Upper Court, and they finally got some stock. I doubt if they had 10 cars total. Maybe they have 30 now. I mean, you're seeing some stock come in. I mean, I went to on Front Street there, right in the corner of Front and Clinton to get my car inspected last month, get the oil changed. And they got signs all over looking for used cars. They're begging for cars to sell. They can't find them because people are holding on to them because the prices are so high.
Well, do you want to go and can you afford to even go and get an electric car? And by the way,
yeah.
Even if you did, could you plug it into the grid without a brownout happening?
Well, plus the fact that the car costs more than my house.
Well, yeah, that too.
Oh, no, when you're a city urban liberal type, CULT, you don't see it like that.
Well, they may not, but you know what? I've been in the Bronx. I grew up in New York City. Most people cannot just turn around and buy a $40,000, $50,000, $70,000 electric car. That they can't. And do you know what it is? You know how much it costs to park a car in New York City? It's more than rent.
Not even counting the fact that we're in the Northeast. We're in the upper half of of the United States.
Which means we have winter, and batteries don't do well in winter.
Unless your car is sitting in a heated garage, you're SOL, my friend.
Yeah. Do you know how much it costs for literally a garage to be able to park your car in New York City costs more than rent in the southern tier of New York. It's more than the rent.
It costs more than a mortgage payment.
Yes. You can buy a house for parking your car in New York. Literally.
Well, see, most of them don't have cars unless you're ultra wealthy. So they see it something differently. That's why they're CULT. That's why it's a cult. They see things just from the urban perspective only.
Yes, but most of America doesn't live in LA, New York, Chicago, Baltimore.
They don't care about most of America.
Well, no, they don't. But most of America should care about this.
Well, we're going to have to see. I know the numbers are tightening up with the generic ballot. I think that's just a fluke. I think the tightening up of the generic ballot for Congress is just the fact that in some ways, some Republican states are doing what the Democrats did concerning Roe v. Wade, in this case, Dobbs versus Mississippi. The Democrats went way too far, pushed it and pushed and pushed and pushed and lost in the Supreme Court. But some of the conservative states now are making abortion extremely restrictive. They're making the same mistake. They're going too far, and they're turning off people. So we'll see how it turns out.
Well, the thing is, the Democrats are trying to use whatever they can. They're trying to say, well, I'm going to make you safe by taking away all of the ways that you can defend yourself. And I'm going to protect your health care by allowing you to kill babies. Not everyone will agree with me on that, but when you say late-term abortion up to the moment of birth, that's killing a baby, in my opinion. And that's what they're fighting for. That is what they are fighting for.
I understand that, and it's really, really disgusting that you have to compromise on a human life. I get it. Morally, it's just crazy that you have to do that. But unfortunately, Roe v. Wade not that it was universal in the country, but basically the premise, safe, legal, and rare. That was the compromise that was made years ago.
And it was one we could live with.
If the Republicans had just cooled their jets a little bit and say, all right, we'll take 3/4 of a loaf rather than none, because they're turning people off. And I'm afraid they might go too far and turn enough people off for the Democrats to even have a legitimate shot at keeping the majority. And I pray that doesn't happen, that they learn from the Democrats' mistake.
I would hope that they would, but I'm terrified. You know, what we are looking at, we are almost at it, I believe, an almost irreversible position where we are looking at, because of the weakness of our government, because that we are losing allies left and right, because we are making bad decisions and no plan going forward, we have literally set up our nation that in 10 years, there is going to be, actually within the next 3 years, most likely, there will be 3 regional wars going on in the world. And America can't
just a little bit.
Yeah. I said that in 3 years, most likely in 3 years, there are going to be 3 regional. What? Yeah, I'm here. I hear.
Okay, I'm only catching like every third word or so I'm missing, but
that may be the phone connection, because it sounds like it's coming across fine on my side.
Okay. Well, no, I can hear you now. It just, but like I said, I don't know. It's going to be crazy. I mean, there's less than 100 days. Gosh knows what can happen. I'm wondering, you know, I joke around a lot on my channel. I say, you know, in retrospect, as of course hindsight's 2020, they should have let Trump win.
There would have been, you know, we wouldn't have been nearly, I'm not saying that we wouldn't have a recession. I'd say that we wouldn't be in this recession.
Oh, yeah. They could have blamed him for everything, even though it wasn't his fault. It would have been all his fault, and they would have kept the majority, probably would have kept it for this cycle as well. They could have groomed a real candidate for the Democrats if they have one. I mean, that's another fiasco. But
Newsom.
They could have got a better candidate. They could have shored up their Senate seats and their congressional seats and moved on from there. But they're like little kids. I want it now. I want it now. Okay. They don't think long term, and I'm hoping that the Republicans don't make the same mistake.
Did you hear what they've been saying about? They're upset. They were upset about DeSantis, and I want to show this on the screen if I can. We heard. I thought I had it here. DeSantis. They were upset about DeSantis because he fired a prosecutor.
Oh, yeah, the prosecutor, yeah, that wasn't prosecuting.
Yeah, the prosecutor put it in writing and said publicly, and now he's trying to say that this is authoritarianism. It's authoritarian that we fired a prosecutor who promised and literally has been avoiding doing his job, that he is breaking the law. He's picking and choosing laws instead of doing his job. And when he got fired for not doing his job, not following the law, he wants to say, well, that's just
Wait a minute. I mean, the guy that cuts my hedge and mows my lawn doesn't do it, and I fire him, and I'm the bad guy? Oh, look, you know, how's that work?
Exactly. You know, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. It's like, how can you defend this guy?
I had one stat that was particularly alarming that I saw that I remember. I think the guy's in Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. Doesn't really matter.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
And he had a rule that if a law enforcement officer pulls over somebody for whatever reason, and the driver has zero ID, I mean literally zero, he would not prosecute any of those. I said, okay, that's nickel dime stuff. End up being 7,000 people.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, because it's racial profiling to pull somebody over.
If you have no ID and you're driving, that's driving without a license. It's a crime. How many people are drunk driving? How many of them are illegal aliens? How many of them are criminals going to or from a crime? How many of them are doing maybe sex slavery or drug dealing?
I used to holler at my mother all the time because she used to put her driver's license in the glove compartment of her car.
Mm-hmm.
I says, Ma, keep it on you. You never know when you're going to need it. And it finally took me years since she finally did it. But the ID isn't just for having permission to drive a car in a certain state. It's to prove who you are. Now we can go. There's certain court cases. You just can't ask me ID willy nilly walking around. Okay, but driving is something different.
This is,
And gosh knows how. You and I both know. I mean, we've been around long enough to know in Binghamton, when somebody doesn't have any ID, what's the reason why they don't have any?
they don't want ID for a reason.
Yeah, because there's probably a warrant out for them.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I want to show.
God knows, and the warrant isn't for shoplifting either.
Almost never. But I do want to show everyone on the screen because I misquoted it. The state attorney suspended by DeSantis accused DeSantis of being 1984 Orwellian thought police. So I want to get it right. It's authoritarian, that he's not a governor, he's an authoritarian because he's being like 1984 Orwellian, and because he fired the state attorney for not doing his job and violating the law.
That gives the term deflection a whole new meaning.
I can't even, I don't even know how it's possible that Democrats are saying, oh no, that makes sense. How?
Well, no, here's that's the scary part. This prosecutor probably knows everything he said in that statement is pure BS.
Yes.
But I think what's even worse, I think this guy actually believes it.
Maybe he does, but it doesn't make, I don't know how you can believe that.
That's scarier because you'll play politics and lie. People understand that. But you're so brainwashed and so far gone that you believe that nonsense. The person that can fire you can't fire you. Oh, okay.
You know, and we are seeing some insanity that is going on. By the way, we're just seeing news now that there was an incident. There was a far left protest at the Basilica of St. Patrick in Manhattan. And it seems that Antifa was, trying to start up with the police. No. And of course, they're upset that the police officer, as we can see in the video that I'm showing right now, the guy runs up on a police officer pushes him away. And they're blaming the police officer for being violent because he ran up on a police officer.
Yeah, that's right.
And these prosecutors that we have in Manhattan, that we have down in Florida, that are going around, they're going to say, "Oh no, that's police abuse. We got to prosecute the police officer."
No, that's one of the main pillars of the rules for radicals.
Yeah, because this is it looks like there's a 7 or 10 second video.
Right, I seen it there. Yeah.
Yeah, 11 seconds. But if you expand it beyond, and if you actually look at 15 seconds, it shows that nope, that wasn't the police officer's fault. The kid ran up on him.
Like I said, it's all about perception. And that's how the Democrats won. They use perception as reality. I mean, brilliantly. Now, what do they do now? I mean, it's, the funny part is, you see that little exchange between Ted Cruz and the head of the FBI concerning hate and radical militia symbols. Did you happen to see that?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice that the Antifa symbol wasn't on that list?
Of course not. They love Antifa for some reason.
I can see why they would put BLM, because that's politically charged. But how can you not put Antifa in there? For the life of me, I shake my head in awe and wonder at it all.
I don't. Well, look, this is the same FBI that is now saying, if you have a flag that says "Don't tread on me," you're a terrorist. Just like if you go into your local school board meeting and say, "What are you teaching my kid?" Well, you're a terrorist. But if you go out and you take over a city, if you try and burn down a city, well, no, now you're misunderstood, and you're a person of color, so it's okay.
And I'll tell you the truth, I know I don't believe it's 100%, but I felt a little bit bad for Ray when he was getting questioned. I'll tell you what I mean. As these questions come up about the guy that ends up in Washington that did all kinds of crazy stuff, he's running this, and people are getting promoted and they're doing these things to go against people's rights, like the cops in the Breonna Taylor thing just got raided. Now they're bringing up on federal charges. Ray sat there, and you could tell. You could pick up people's body language. You get an idea. You could tell that he's like, I think this sucks too, but I'm just the head of the FBI. I'm just a figurehead. There's nothing I can do about it. You could tell he actually looked a little bit.
There's a lot that he could do. There's a lot that can be done.
They won't allow him to do it. That's the thing, and he knows it. He's just a figurehead.
No, he can do a whole lot. It's like Merrick Garland. He doesn't have to go out and investigate every parent because they said they want to know.
Yeah, I know what Merrick Garland's doing it. What I'm trying to say is that for FBI Director Ray, he knows that if he pushes up against this, he's gone.
Then go. Then stand up for your principles and go. It's like when I was talking to my friend.
I understand that, but he doesn't have the backbone that you and I have.
My friend, a friend of mine, Blaine Pardoe, just this week, Monday, he was being attacked. His publisher fired him because of some woke mob and a bunch of bots on Twitter. And you know what? Blaine could have rolled over. Blaine could have said, oh, I'll apologize publicly. He said, no, I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet and say, no, you can't tell me that I can't have my own political beliefs. And instead, I have to kowtow to
I did that with my business. In fact, we talk about flags. I used to flag Gadsden flag probably 2 or 3 days a week in front of my store when I had it. And it cost me basically everything. But I wasn't going to kowtow and bend to the aggressors down the street. You know who they are, of course. And I wasn't going to do it. And some people are willing to pay the price and some aren't. It's just a matter of character, apparently.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, so you have a flag. What does that mean? It's just another way of just saying, oh, okay, you're being ostracized for having a political point of view that they don't like.
Well, Ted Cruz made the point. It was interesting. He says, I noticed that you don't have the KKK symbol or the swastika flag listed on there. He goes, I find that fascinating.
Yeah, you would think that those would be two big ones that are like.
And that's what he said. He says, those are two flags that everyone can agree.
No one would say that's not a good one to put up there as an example.
Yeah, even the Antifa guys will go, well, that's probably not a good idea.
You know, really. So it just tells you how hyper partisan they are trying to make it and how they're trying to divide people. And again, it's not a plan, it's a feeling. The feelings aren't policy for a reason. You know?
Well, for them it is. And I'll tell you, I think that the generic ballot getting closer is just a fluke. It's not it's a generic one. It's not per congressional district, so I'm not concerned about it.
Well, they're still going to lose about 22 seats.
Well, historically, if you look at, I was watching a video where a guy went back a number of years. If you look at the generic ballot and say the Democrats were +5, historically, Democrats lose the majority in the House with +5 because of the population distribution and such. So it's not a panic thing yet, but Republicans are notorious for grasping defeat out of the jaws of victory, man. I mean,
well, you know, and to be fair about this, we have to have Republicans who do something that actually, well, I hate saying that word. I hate saying do something, that put together a plan, an actual plan that actually is effective and efficient. We got to stop reelecting people just because they're in office. We got to have people who are effective. We don't need more Mitt Romneys. We need more people. We don't need more Liz Cheney.
I understand, and they're getting weeded out little by little. But is it fast enough? We'll have to see.
No, it's not. We have way too many Liz Cheneys. We have way too many Mitt Romneys. We don't have enough Josh Hawley.
I mean, how do you need an elephant? A bite at a time. I mean, you got to start somewhere, and at the beginning, it always seems the hardest because you're up against it the most. But I think what I call the new Republican Party, the MAGA, for lack of a better term, I call it America First Party, is probably more accurate, has made huge strides at the local and state level. And that's maybe the way to go for more permanency. At local levels, the Republicans are just kicking some serious butt all over the country, even in blue states. So get a good foundation, and then you go after the rest. I think they've come a long ways in a short time, considering what they're up against in the entrenched, powerful forces at work here. I think they're doing very well locally and statewide.
Well, we'll see, because as an example, New York State appointed Governor Kathy Hochul still seems to be looking to be the lead, even though it's just come out that she's just as corrupt as what we saw with, just as corrupt as, what's his name, as a disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo, because she's also giving donations and money, or rather, she's giving contracts to her big donors. She's out there flying around on the taxpayer dime, costing $725,000. And she's increasing greenhouse gases, even as she's defeating the Supreme Court and praying and saying that she's all about green energy. It doesn't make any sense.
That's because she's throwing raw meat to all her votes in New York City to get reelected. I mean, I think it's, politically, that's a smart move. For the residents of the state, it's a terrible move.
Yeah, it's a horrendous move.
Well, then you have to ask yourself, who is really the bad guy here? The political candidate that's giving and telling people what they want to get votes, or the drones and the cult members that are voting for him? Who's really the problem here?
Low information voters that aren't paying attention to the details. They're just reading the headlines and going with that.
Well, they have plenty of information, a lot of them. It's just the wrong information.
Well, like I said, they're going with headlines. I think that's the worst thing you could do.
It's like we talked about before, the internet is like getting a drink out of a fire hose. There's so much going to get by you. And people live in their little bubbles. I mean, it's I'm optimistic. I think the Republicans, even though at the national level they work against themselves, at the state and local levels, see, we live in New York, so our views are a little skewed. But nationwide, I've read a lot of stories about how at the local level, in precincts, in city councils, and mayors, county executives, that type of thing, Republicans are making huge strides.
Yes.
And once you get that foundation set, I see a bright future for the party, because the party is evolving. And if it doesn't evolve, it'll die. And I finally saw we've got to change, or we were going to come extinct.
Yeah, but we've already had the majority of governors. We've had the majority of the state legislatures across the country
Not with the enthusiasm. Now, the Republicans are notorious for not having enthusiasm.
Well, that's true.
There's a new enthusiasm that's coming up from the younger people, which is huge. Younger people that are conservative, you see CPAC, you see a few of them around. These people are fired up and they're motivated, and they're not going away.
Well, I hope that's the case. I truly do. And I know that there is a counter movement amongst some younger kids. The question is it enough? Or have the majority been brainwashed? Or at least the voting majority.
We have to see it long term.
Which is a good question. In 5 years, we'll know the answer to this.
I think in 5 years, the Democrats will be in shambles. Now, will they be smart enough? And I've said this before, and I was a former Democrat when I was a local elected official.
I know.
I don't want the Democrat Party to disintegrate and disappear. I want them to regroup and become the party they used to be. Two viable parties with two ideas that sometimes clonk heads come together and compromise. Those days are over.
Well, that's MAGA. You're talking about America First, MAGA. Let's make our country great. It is in our best interest to have two effective and efficient and effective groups of our political bodies.
Yeah.
I of course want that.
Yeah, and I think eventually the Democrats will smarten up because of the losses they're going to take. We'll have to see. And I mean, like I said, it's difficult to say because we see, you and I, we watch political news. We're like junkies.
Yes.
So I think maybe our view is a little skewed from the average person
Yes.
because we see so much negative that we don't take a breath and see the positive that's going on at the local levels.
That's quite possible.
Like I said, I very, very pessimistic for the next 2 to 3, 4 years, but I'm incredibly optimistic for the next 10.
Well, I hope you're going to be right. And I know I'm a very much a realist. Even some would say even a negative.
Anyway, though, so with that, I'll leave you with that, and have a good day. My voice is starting to go because of my allergies, unfortunately, so me not be able to talk would be a tremendous burden
For somebody.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine when I had bronchitis a few years ago. Says it must be killing you. I says, no, my throat isn't sore. He says, no, not be able to talk. I go, be quiet,
Yeah. Exactly.
But anyway, though, hang in there. And like I said, things have a way of sorting themselves out. I think, like to talk us before the dawn, we can go through all the analogies you want. But I think as November gets closer and closer, it's going to get crazier and crazier. And then it's just going to go where it goes.
Right.
We'll see what happens after that. But the Republicans are notorious for folding a winning hand, and I hope that doesn't happen again.
Well, I'm hoping that too. But we'll see. But we'll talk again soon.
All right, dude.
All right.
I'll see you.
Thank you. And folks, you too can call in to the program at 607-242-1582. As you've seen, Jason and now John have called in, and you're always welcome to do so as well. Also, you can see John, he has it's Cordisco's Corner. It's also on YouTube. You can see his commentary there. We're happy to hear all of your voices about all of these things. So do you think, I want to go back to this, what we just saw about Antifa. This Antifa. So this is now being spread around by members of Antifa. That would be this Thizzle, whatever name that is, or Thizzl, whatever the name is, who is a member of Antifa. And this person is now putting out an edited video. And the only thing they are showing is the moment that this officer pushes. Now, I want you to see this whole thing from the beginning. Matter of fact, I'm going to stop this. I want to show you this video so you can see what's happening right now, because this is going to be on the news. This is going to be the next riot in New York. This is in New York City. Okay. And this is the full video. Watch this. And they're doing this for abortion. This is Antifa saying that they're being good guys for abortion. I want you to see. Now, did you see that? Because what they are showing is the edited version, which is right about, they're showing this part. So from this moment forward is what Antifa is showing the world. And this is how they convince you. This is the way that they misrepresent things. Like what we were seeing earlier when we heard from many of these Democrats, and they're trying to say, well, the price of gas is down. No, it's still up. This is how they misrepresent the economy. This is how they misrepresent inflation. This is how they misrepresent the world. No, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. So what they're showing you is from this moment forward, they're showing you that this officer pushed this kid. And that's the part they're going to show everyone. And they're going to try and get a riot started. They're going to try and get people to come out and protest and to burn down buildings in your community because this officer just pushed that kid. Okay? What they're not going to show you is this part. Now, if you watch, I believe it's right. Watch this kid right here. And the kid comes in and elbow up. And watch. Boom. Here he goes. See, they're leaving out this part. This is the part that's important. The kid standing right there, officer isn't even paying attention to him. Doesn't care. Just standing his ground, not thinking about it at all. And the kid comes up sees the officer is not paying attention, that everything is okay, he's not being harmed, and then the next thing you see is wham. Look at this, he's attacking. He's attacking a defenseless person, someone who is not trying to defend themselves, not even paying attention. He's taking advantage, and boom, there he goes. Now, if he happened to be anything but a soy boy, this might have had some impact. This might have hurt. But he's trying to get these officers, he's trying to attack these officers. The officers decide, okay, the answer is just push him off. Get out of here. Stop. It's not, now, did the officer hit him? Did the officer beat him down? Did they do anything? No, they pushed the kid away. Get away, stop this. And instantly, here comes another Antifa, boom. See that woman right there? On the screen, you can see her. And instantly, she's coming up. This is her right here. Look at her. She's coming to charge forward. How dare you push that kid? It's a setup. This is how they set this up, how they manipulate your emotions, how they manipulate you, showing you a piece. This is why we hate sound bites on this program, because they use that little snippet, those 4 or 5 seconds that they show you without showing you how that happened or what happened afterwards. This officer, he doesn't go and attack anyone. He's not hurting anyone. In fact, he's been standing back, you can see, at least 3 feet away from everyone else. That kid walked up to him. That kid came up and assaulted him. And he defended himself very peacefully. He could have hit the kid. He could have arrested the kid. He could have thrown the kid to the ground, stepped on his throat. That could have happened. That isn't what happened. But according to the way Antifa wants you to see it, the way that the far left wants you to see it, the way that the Democrats who are dividing this nation and increasing the amount of racial tension and division in this nation, these diversity advocates that are trying to use diversity as a weapon, they are going to show you that 5-second clip to hurt America. This isn't in your advantage. They're not making that cop any better by attacking him. They're not making the situation any better by attacking these officers. They're not making anyone's life safer or more diverse or more free by coming up and accusing this officer of doing something wrong. That's not the case. They know it's not real. They know it's false. They know that they are fabricating the information, and they know that they are going to get enough eyeballs, and the news media, the left-leaning news media, are going to push out that edited 5 seconds that just show the angle in just the right way to make it seem like the cop is a bad guy, and this is about race, and oh, look, we have all the wonderful people in Antifa coming up to challenge that officer. How dare he do that? Without showing you the initial 15 seconds where that kid walks up and that kid caused the problem. That they did it on purpose. That Antifa did it just so they could get that little edit to manipulate your emotions, to make you think the police are bad guys, to defund the police in your city so that you are defenseless. And every criminal who watches this happen, every time criminals get to see this, and they say, oh, the police are getting beat up on again. The police are being demonized. There's going to be less police. Time to commit more crime because there's no one there to stop them. And you can't defend yourself. That's why I'm so upset about that. You can't defend yourself, and they're getting rid of police officers, not because they're being a bad guy, but because they just did that. They passed the inflation bill. Oh my God, we're getting breaking news, folks. We're getting breaking news. I'm not seeing the news. Jan, where are you getting that? I'm trying to find out. Oh, wait a minute. 2 hours ago. This is breaking, folks. Yes, they did pass it. Okay. Here it is. There is a statement by the president, by the White House. Statement by Biden on Senate passage of the Inflation Reduction Act today. Today, Senate Democrats sided with American families over special interests, voting to lower the cost of prescription drugs, which is not a factor of inflation, health insurance, which is not a factor of inflation, and everyday energy costs. Well, it costs more money to import oil. It costs more money to make it clean. So that's actually increasing energy costs. So that's not correct. And reduce the deficit. They're spending money. You're spending money. You're printing money we don't have. So that's increasing the deficit. So that entire sentence is a lie. While making the wealthiest corporations finally pay their fair share. The largest companies, the top 1% of the nation, pay 70% of all taxes. What is the fair share? You may not think it's enough. Tell me how much is. They pay 70%. The bottom 30% of all incomes in America get paid for their income taxes. So what is he talking about? He goes on to say, I ran for president promising to make government work for working families again, and this is what this bill does. Wait a minute. You came in, you promised to make government work for working families, for the middle class. We have 9.1% inflation. We have gas has doubled. Energy prices are up 27%. Food is up 13%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's from the government itself. Real world, you and I are seeing our shelves 15% empty. We are seeing prices of food up 25, 35, 45%. Who in the world does he think he has made better off? Who in the world? No one in America is better off under the Biden-Harris administration. 11,000 workers were fired on the first day that he was in office, with thousands of other people being fired as a result of that. He increased the net unemployment in America the day he got in office. And he's talking about he's making America better for working families. How? What policy is making this better? I do not understand it. Let's go on. This bill caps seniors' out-of-pocket spending for prescription drugs at $2,000 per year, no matter their drug bill. Otherwise, seniors would not have to spend more than $2,000. That isn't increasing inflation. That has nothing to do with inflation. Is it nice? Sure. Does it have anything to do with inflation? Nothing to do with inflation. That's meaningless. Let's go on. In addition, 13 million Americans covered under the Obamacare will see their health insurance premiums reduced by $800. Wait a minute. Wasn't Obamacare supposed to give you cheap health care anyway? Why is it so expensive that you have to now put out another bill to make that bill work? Let's think about this, folks. They don't want you to think about this. If Obamacare was effective, then health insurance was supposed to be cheap for people. It was supposed to be the cheap alternative. If it's so expensive that you have to write another bill to lower the prices, then it failed. It is a failure of an idea. This means the Democrats didn't do their job the first time. Let's go on. And by the way, that also is not inflation. The cause of inflation is the increase in energy, the printing of money. The supply lines are shut down or delayed. Those are the reasons why inflation is going up. That's it. It's that simple. Those three things are the key. So far, he hasn't talked about anything that actually affects inflation. This bill tackles inflation. Finally, the bill is called Inflation Reduction. We're finally getting to him talking about inflation itself. This bill tackles inflation by lowering the deficit and lowering costs for regular families. It doesn't do that. It doesn't lower the deficit. $30 billion a year is not lowering the deficit. Inflation alone is more expensive in a month than that. He's not fixing anything. Let's continue for a second. This bill also makes the largest investment ever in combating the existential crisis of climate change. Climate change is not inflation. That has nothing to do with inflation. Whether the sun is out or whether it's raining has nothing to do with inflation. It addresses the climate crisis. What climate crisis? The climate changes every day. It's been doing that for a couple of million years. We have no control over that. We cannot change that. It is immense hubris to think that we're able to make it sunny tomorrow or whether it's going to snow tomorrow. We have no control over that. We can't even predict if it's going to happen. And not one prediction made by climatologists since 1958, not one has ever come true. Not one theory, not one projection that they have ever made since 1958, for longer than more than half a century, they have always been wrong. Always. They have never got it right. And this is a crisis? Okay. It addresses the crisis and strengthens our energy security. You know what strengthens our energy security? America being energy independent. We were energy independent in 2019. We are not energy independent in 2021. Gee, what changed? Joe Biden. That's what changed. His energy policies changed. Our energy security went away. When we controlled whether or not we had energy, when we were energy independent, we were secure because we had our own energy. We were exporting energy. If we are relying on Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, if we're relying on OPEC to give us oil, then we are not energy secure. This is not making us energy secure because we're not making more oil in the United States. We still rely on someone else. And if anything, we are charging more money. It is less secure. So he's wrong. Let's continue. Creating jobs. It addresses the climate crisis and strengthens our energy security. Creating jobs manufacturing solar panels. Creating jobs, solar panels? Really? Are you kidding? Do you know we make solar panels because we get lithium and heavy metals from Africa and Afghanistan? By the way, we don't have any agreements with Afghanistan because of the Taliban. But anyway, and in Africa, China has control of that. It's more expensive for the United States than China because we don't have the agreements China has. And we're making solar panels that are only good for 10 years. And then you have to get another one, sometimes 15, depends on which part of the nation you live in. And that's supposed to take care of all the unemployment. That's supposed to take care of all of inflation, is because we're going to make solar panels that everyone cannot afford and that everyone cannot install. And our energy grid can't use it. And we don't have batteries. Oh yeah, he's brilliant here. And we're manufacturing solar panels and wind turbines. Do you remember the wind turbine down in Texas that froze in place, burst into flame? Do you remember that one? Yeah, that's a good idea. And electric vehicles in America that you can't plug in, like in Rochester, New York, they have 2 electric buses. They can't plug them in because the energy grid can't handle it. Like in California, where they are telling people, don't plug in your electric car because the energy grid can't handle it. So that's a brilliant idea with American workers. It lowers families' energy costs by hundreds of dollars each year, approximately $200 a year. It works out to less than $1 a week. You're saving $1 a week, roughly, about $1.50 a week. Isn't that great? Can you imagine all the things you can buy for $1.50 a week? I'm going to get back to the comments in just a moment, folks, but I'm just going through this. It doesn't make sense. He is playing with the words so that you don't think about it. You're not supposed to think about this. I'm going through this, and we're thinking about this logically, not emotionally. We're looking at what he's saying, and what he's saying doesn't make sense. Well, let's keep going. Finally, it pays for all of this by establishing a minimum corporate tax so that our richest corporations start to pay their fair share, unless they take the money and go overseas, unless they say, I'm not playing that game and close their doors. You're assuming that they're going to get money from nothing. That's assuming that they're making as much money in a recession as they made when things were in a good economy. That doesn't make any sense. It does not raise taxes on those making under $400,000 a year. That's not true. If your family if your family supposedly makes less than $400,000 a year, then this is supposed to protect you. But you know what? It doesn't protect me. If a business now has to pay higher taxes, they're not going to pay that. They're increasing their prices. You're going to pay for that. You're paying for the higher taxes. So yes, you don't have $400,000, but you're paying another dollar on everything that you buy because they have to pay taxes in a bad economy. He just jacked up the prices. That's inflationary. I want to thank the Schumer and every member of the Senate Democratic Caucus. Democrats passed this without any help from Republicans. It required many compromises. Doing important things always does. The House should pass this as soon as possible. I look forward to signing it into law. This was a horrible idea. It's horrible for the American people. This will not help you. Let me see what you think about the news that just came out, folks. So, Klaus says, Klaus left. Okay. Thank you, Klaus, for being with us. Let's see. Solar panels in China, maybe. That solar panels coming out of China, that's good for them. It's not good for the United States. User has been banned, says the next bill, gas generators for charging electric vehicles to save the grid. Well, yeah, they're probably going to have to need to do that. It doesn't make sense, folks. I mean, I'm just going through the announcement with you. Nothing he said helps the economy. Nothing that's being said in that bill helps inflation. Nothing they're doing. They're spending money. They think they might get some of that money back. At best, they're looking at $30 billion, saving $30 billion while they spend $6.6 trillion. That is a big difference. Let me try and make this make sense to people. They are saying that if this was $30, if they're saving $30, they're spending $6,500. They're spending $6,500 to save $30. Do you think that makes a difference? By the way, they already have a debt of, and again, I'm trying to make this into real world numbers. So you have a debt of $26,000 and you're spending $6,500 so that you can save $30. Does that make any sense to you? I mean, that's the easiest way to make it real world. It makes no sense. User has been banned, says, maybe it's to help hedge inflation for them. Wonder how many of them are investing into solar companies. Well, most likely members of Congress are very well invested. We know that Nancy Pelosi has had an investment in wind turbine companies for a long time now. So it's helping her. She's making money. And we know that many of these multimillionaires, half of Congress are multimillionaires. They're making money. This is good for them. Most of the Democrats have green energy stocks in their portfolio. They're making money. You and me, I don't think so. This is horrible, folks. None of this is going to make your life better. This is not going to help you. And this isn't going to happen next week. They're saying this today, and they're going to pass this as fast as they can so that they can say by November, we did something. We helped lower inflation. No, they didn't. If they were, we already know, as I said, the Bank of England 2 days ago said England's going into a recession. They're going to have 13% inflation. If you think America isn't connected to England, the United Kingdom's economy, you're out of your mind. If the United Kingdom is going into a recession, then Europe is going into a recession. That means America is going into a recession. And if they're saying that it's going to be 13% inflation for them, it means 15% inflation for the United States. What they did today is not going to stop that. You are looking at a recession that will last 18 months at least. At least 18 months. This is ridiculous, folks. You aren't getting anything. This is just to make someone get, this is just for elections. This is all about elections. And that's from the White House itself. I read the entire document to you. It doesn't make sense when you look at what he is saying and actually look at the real world. It makes no sense. Am I wrong? Did anyone get any other idea from this? And when I read that, did anything I say not make factual sense? Because I understand if you're like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if you've been in college and you were taught that your feelings are more important than what Joe Biden is saying is great for your feelings. It feels good. It isn't real. It will not help anyone. It is not factual, but it feels good. And if you're only about feelings, then Joe Biden just gave you a godsend. You'll feel great. I feel great about inflation now. Fantastic for you. But if you're anyone else, like anyone who actually has to pay a bill that the government is not going to put in front, pay for you, then guess what? This sucks. All he said is that prices are going to go higher. That's called inflation. And that's it. Prices are going to go higher. Have fun. My God, this guy's so dumb. These Democrats are so dumb. And I bet the vote went down to Kamala Harris. I bet Kamala Harris did this. I bet she's the one who made the final vote that actually took people's money away from them. This is so dumb. This is crazy. This isn't going, I don't understand how they can make people believe that this is going to help anyone. I don't understand. I'm trying to find the vote count itself for you guys. I don't see the news on that yet. 51-50, found it. CBS News. Here it is. Come on. Senate Democrats pass sweeping climate change, health, and tax bill. This is so stupid. Where is it? The plan, called the Inflation Reduction Act, cleared the upper chamber by a vote of 51-50. Kamala Harris made the tie-breaking vote. What the hell? Stop.
Hello, everyone.
Stop. I hate that. Yeah, so Kamala Harris is the reason why. Kamala Harris made the vote. So that's why we got it. So not one Republican voted for this because it doesn't work. And Democrats think this is good. I guess if you're not paying attention to any of the news, any of the details, if you're not paying attention to the math, if you're not thinking about what the consequences are, I guess you could feel good about this. But there's nothing good about this. Tina says they're not dumb. They're doing what they want to do, destroy capitalist America and become communist. They are devious. I guess it's, but it doesn't work. This isn't going to help anyone. This isn't even going to slow down the pace of inflation. We're going towards 15% if we're not there already. But they think this is going to, I don't know. You know what, folks? You tell me. Because I could be completely wrong. Do you feel more confident now? Do you feel like they have resolved inflation? That's my question to everybody. Tina says it won't help the people, but the politicians will prosper. Yes, that's absolutely true. But I'm wondering, does anyone think that regular people are going to be helped by this? Hang on one second. I'm just typing this up here because I'm asking a question and I want to make sure I get it right so that you guys can see it because I do typos. So I'm trying to get rid of my typos there. So my question is, do you think regular people will be helped by passing the Inflation Reduction Act? Or will consumer prices and energy prices increase? Because that's all I see happen. And the user has been banned, says 10 seconds of feel good for 10 years of regret sounds about right to me. The same people obsessed with, the same people, user says, the same people obsessed with reproductive action want to feel good about something for 10 seconds and make things worse. Makes sense. Again, folks, I want you to understand, they said they're going to save over 10 years. In 10 years, they will save $300 billion. This is 2026, 4 years from today. In 4 years, in the best case scenario, in the perfect world, we will owe $36 trillion in debt. In the best case scenario, if everything goes perfect, interest on $36 trillion of debt will be $492 billion. They're not even covering the interest of 1 year. This is a 10-year deal. They won't cover interest of 1 year. You're losing money. It's that simple. And there seems to be no one else in the news media that is willing to stand up and say, this doesn't make sense. This is financially unsound. That this is actually a bad bill that will hurt people. It doesn't save anything. It doesn't affect inflation in any negative way. It does not stop inflation. And there's no one in the news media that's going to tell you that. They're just going to tell you, inflation reduction, that's the title. Must be working. Must be a good idea. It says inflation reduction, so it must be positive. It must affect inflation. It's not just a wish list of ideas for Democrats and progressives. So stupid. It's so stupid. So insanely stupid. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, folks. It really doesn't. And that's the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario says that in 4 years, we're going to have $600,000 of debt, of just interest. This won't even, you would need to have twice as much of this bill to even take care of interest for 1 year. And that's assuming that we have interest rates that don't go up, and they are going higher. And that's with $40 trillion of debt. I'm telling you, this doesn't make any sense. And user has been banned says they think people are dumb. And you know what? I don't. I think most people don't like doing math. I think most people don't like thinking about it. I don't know anyone who likes thinking about their bills. Nobody likes to think about their bills and how much they have to spend. Nobody likes doing it. But I think that everyone will do it. And when they do, they go, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work for me as a person. It doesn't work for a government. It doesn't work. This is not going to help our allies. England isn't going to be helped out. Germany's not going to be helped out. China, well, they're going to make money. China's going to make money off this. Because people are going to buy the Chinese solar panels because they're cheaper, because they have lower quality, because China uses slave labor. So people are going to buy the Chinese solar panels. It's going to help the Chinese economy. It's going to help Saudi Arabia because we're still going to buy oil from them because we're not making it here in the United States. So it's going to help Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. They're going to be okay, but we're going to be screwed. Yeah, that's it. Yes, good point. Yeah, they left out a part in the bill. It's inflation reduction for China. China's going to be okay. China's inflation is going to go down, not ours. Probably Russia as well. Yeah, because of energy. Yes. So they're doing great. America, well, this is why, remember, it makes sense. They're reducing the inflation in China and in Russia and in Saudi Arabia because Joe Biden isn't MAGA. Joe Biden isn't America first. He doesn't want America first. He's like the rest of the progressives. He's like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's not about America first. They don't want America first. And so they're not making America first. This is how you make America last. That's it. That makes sense. They're trying to make America last because they're not MAGA. They don't want to make America great again. They don't want to make America first. They want America last. Kind of like BLM. They don't want America to be great. They don't want America to continue. They want to lie to you about the edited stuff that they're going to show you. They're trying to make someone else great. Well, now that makes sense. God, it's so horrendous. And I'm the bad guy for telling you about this. I'm the bad guy for pointing these things out. I'm the bad guy because I'm the only news media that is looking at this and saying right up to your face, this won't work. And that you are going to be worse off. And again, I reiterate what I've been saying every week since January of 2021. I'm going to say it this week again. Do not trust this government. This economy is horrible. Let me say what I said since January of 2022. Go out and every time you go to the store, buy 10% more food. Buy rice, buy grains, buy flour, buy things that will last, canned foods. Buy 10% more. Don't panic. Don't freak out. Just buy a little bit more. You will save more money and you will be able to feed your family a bit better. If I am absolutely wrong, you have food that you will be able to donate to veterans and to the homeless in your community. How is that a bad thing? You will save money and you will be able to feed people in your community. And if I am right, you will save money and you will feed your family and yourself. It is a win-win. It is an actual plan. I am the only one that I am aware of in the news media that is trying to offer you a plan. I'm the only one who deals with political commentary that I'm aware of that is actually offering you a plan. Buy 10% more every time you go to the store. There is your plan to deal with the food shortage that is coming up in October. It is 2 months away, and you need to be ready for that. The prices are going higher. You need to be ready. They're passing this stupid bill, and it's going to print more money and increase more inflation. They're actually adding more inflation and extending the recession, making it a bigger, deeper, longer recession right in front of your face. And I'm the only one in the news media that seems to be willing to stand up and say that. And you know what? That's not correct. I am sure there are a few other people that are saying that. I'm sure there's people like Steven Crowder Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool. I'm sure there's some other people out there, my friend John Cordisco, that are saying this. But there's not enough of us being heard. You know what? I don't control. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please clip this out. All the stuff I've been talking about the economy, clip this out, send it to your friends and say, you know what? Why do you think this guy's wrong? What is wrong in what he has said? How is this not the next consequence? That these are not the dominoes that are falling. How is this going to be a big rosy picture? Send it to every single one. For the guys over at the Young Turks, you want to pick on me so much about whether or not I smoke a cigarette. How about we have a discussion about the economy? Let's have that conversation. Why won't the Young Turks come up and actually question or discuss this? Because they're terrified, they're afraid, because they cannot defend this subject. They cannot defend how this is going to hurt American people. And they don't want you to think about it. They are absolutely trying to make sure that you just go by the headline, and the headline is inflation reduction. Stop there. They don't want you to think another second. Please, if you do nothing else after watching this program, when you go to the store, buy 10% more food. Buy some rice, some flour. Buy a couple of extra cans of food, 10% more, and do that every time you go to the store. Between now and October, you will thank me. If you've been doing it since January, when we first started mentioning this, you are already thanking us because we have saved you money, because the inflation rate in January was 2%. It's 9.1 today. We have saved you 7% if you have been following our advice and saying, hey, let me buy 10% more food. You're prepared. Please. I get nothing from that. I'm not getting anything from this. If you buy 10% more food, I don't get paid. I'm not selling you food. I'm not asking you to buy a certain brand. I'm just telling you this is going to help you. I get nothing from this. Do it anyway. I don't have to gain something for you to do something good for yourself and your family. Please go out and do that, because if you're waiting for these politicians to come up and try and do something to help you out, you're never going to get there. You're going to be waiting until hell freezes over, because they are not trying to help you. They are trying to help themselves. That's what this bill is telling us. That is what they are doing right now. Nancy Pelosi didn't go to Taiwan to help the Taiwanese people. She helped herself, and she made the world more unstable by doing it. Joe Biden, Joe Manchin, they didn't help you today in passing the Inflation Reduction Act. They just made your life worse. And they don't even have the balls to stand in your face and tell you that they did it, that they did it to get votes, that they're pandering to you and they don't think you're smart enough to do the math, that you're not going to notice the difference, which is insulting. You know what? But I will ask for one thing. I will ask you guys for one thing. Please, like, share, subscribe. That's it. Subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. That's it. It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing at all, just a moment. And all it does is maybe let us to reach more people around the world to tell them the same thing I'm telling to you today, that these politicians do not care about you. They are not trying to help you. They're trying to maintain power. And they are screwing up not just the United States economy, but the global economy. And that they are going to hurt you. And one of the best ways to not be hurt by these people, don't wait for them to tell you, oh, go out and get food. What they're going to wind up telling you is they're going to give you money to get this thing, this can of beetles. They're going to try and get you to eat bugs. They're going to feed you insects. That's what they're going to do. Oh, there's no food. Oh, I wish we had made a plan. We couldn't have possibly known this was going to happen. Here's a can of bugs. Eat that. Because you have no other choice. Because you didn't stockpile. You didn't get the food you needed ahead of time. And they're going to say, you could starve, or we'll give you the money so you can eat bugs. That's what they're trying to do. And when you're starving, when your kids are starving, what are you going to do? Will you eat? You know what? You'll eat the bugs. You'll feed the bugs to your kids because you won't have another choice. Because it's either starving or, well, that's it. That's your only other option. Or riots. Or you become Sri Lanka. Or you become Panama. And you have food riots. And you try and topple the government, which isn't very effective. Because even if you do, you still have a food riot because there's a shortage of food in the world. So even if you want to riot for the food and say, I'm going to topple the government, it's still not going to work. You're still going to be left with the same problem at the beginning. There's not enough food. So, usually it's been banned. Yes, Jason, yes, I am. We're going to be going in about 5-10 minutes. So I'll be heading over there shortly. Usually it's been banned says she made the world, Nancy Pelosi made the world as stable as her standing up from kneeling. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, it's pretty shaky in the world. And yes, eating bugs is absolutely not a pleasant thought. I'm not looking forward to doing that. I want to have extra rice. I want extra flour so that they don't get to say, well, it's either starve or go buy this because you're not going to get another choice. No, I don't agree with that. And I'm glad that I have a bunch of friends who have backyard. They've been doing backyard farming. They've got some pigs. They've got some cows. They've got a bunch of stuff. I'm happy because, and a bunch of my friends have chickens because they don't want to eat bugs either. But honestly, folks, they're going to come to you and they're going to say that the best thing you could possibly do, oh, you have no more meat. You don't have any more food. You're hungry. I know what we can do. Rather than getting more more cows, rather than getting more meat, what we're going to do is we're going to feed you bugs because it's good for the environment. Green energy, renewable. We'll feed you bugs. It's good for the planet. You're doing a good job. Don't you feel good now that you're eating bugs? Good. You're going to be eating that for the rest of your life. That's what they're going to say to you, folks. It's terrifying when you think about it. That's the option you have. You can go and you can eat bugs or you can starve. And even if you're in one of those nations like Sri Lanka, like Panama, where they're having food riots and they take over the government, you're still going to have a food riot because there's not enough food. I don't know where you're going with that user has been banned. But it makes sense. I mean, it was earlier this year when we first started talking about the food shortage that they started talking about, hey, here's a neat idea, eat bugs. And then the economy went sideways, as we expected. And we're seeing that inflation has been skyrocketing. And meat prices have gone up 45%. And now we see that they're increasing the inflation even more, doing stupid things that are going to only hurt more and more people. I really pray that everyone who's watching this has been and will continue to go out and buy 10% more food every time they go to the store. I hope everyone who is watching this and everyone that you tell to watch this and they see this clip that they go out and they buy rice and flour and canned food so that they're prepared. And if you grow your own food, you have your own backyard farm, that you're going out there and you're collecting your eggs and you're getting your crops all prepared because this is the option you're going to get. And then you'll be ready for when China says, hey, you know what? We're going into Taiwan. And by the way, we're going to stop making stuff for America. And anybody who supports America, anybody who supports Taiwan, we're going to stop making stuff for them too. And they're going to cause inflation to go up across the world because they don't care. They don't care. And Democrats are going to tell you the answer is, well, then we'll just eat bugs. A scary thought, folks. It's really a terrifying, terrible thought. Now, if you think I'm wrong, I'm looking forward to your comments. If you think that I've misunderstood, if you think that the evidence that we have in front of us that I have shown you and will be in the description, if you think it's wrong, no problem. If you think the sources that I am using, which are almost entirely from the left, if you think that that's somehow not enough information or that the left is wrong in the information they are providing, not a problem. Let's have that conversation. Because every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are here with you to talk about the issues that matter. Because you matter. Your voice matters. No matter where you are in the world, no matter what country you come from, we want to hear what you have to say every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Because you do matter. And your opinion is important. Folks, I'm going to leave you on these thoughts. I know it's a little troubling to leave you thinking about eating bugs, but that's where Nancy Pelosi took us. That's where Joe Biden is leading us. What great leadership! Eating bugs. Look, I'm going to leave, but I have one last message that I'm going to play for you guys so you can see that. You saw it earlier in the break when I went with my puppy. I want to thank everybody who's watched the program, and I want you to just see this and join me here. I hope everyone's going to be well. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares and your subscription, you make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. Strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no less. Thank you.